ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวถึงอิหร่านว่าพวกเขาต้องการที่จะเจรจาแต่ตนเองได้ตอบกลับไปว่าสายเกินไปแล้วสถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งที่เกิดขึ้นอาจส่งผลให้ประเทศอียิปต์จำเป็นต้องใช้มาตรการพิเศษหากสงครามยืดเยื้อต่อไปประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวถึงอิหร่านใน Truth Social ว่าระบบป้องกันภัยทางอากาศกองทัพอากาศกองทัพเรือและผู้นำของอิหร่านได้หมดไปแล้ว ราคาค่าระวางเรือบรรทุกก๊าซธรรมชาติเหลวหรือ LNG ในเส้นทางแอตแลนติกพุ่งขึ้นไปอยู่ที่ $161,750 ต่อวัน ซึ่งเป็นระดับสูงสุดนับตั้งแต่เดือนพฤศจิกายนปีที่แล้ว อ้างอิงข้อมูลจาก Spark Commoditiesมีรายงานว่าการส่งออกน้ำมันดิบจากท่าเรือเจฮันในตุรกีต้องหยุดชะงักลงหลังการผลิตน้ำมันหยุดลงชั่วคราวเพื่อป้องกันไว้ก่อนท่ามกลางสถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งที่เกิดขึ้น แหล่งข่าวรายงานว่าทบวงพลังงานระหว่างประเทศหรือ IEA พร้อมที่จะเข้าแทรกแซงเพื่อรักษาเสถียรภาพของตลาดน้ำมันหากสถานการณ์สงครามกับอิหร่านส่งผลกระทบ อัตราดอกเบี้ยกู้ยืมข้ามคืนแบบมีหลักประกันหรือ SOFR ในวันที่ 2 มีนาคมอยู่ที่ร้อยละ 3.71 เพิ่มขึ้นจากร้อยละ 3.68 เมื่อวันที่ 27 กุมภาพันธ์ที่ผ่านมา สำนักข่าวฟาสรายงานว่ากองกำลังพิทักษ์ปฏิวัติอิหร่านหรือ IRGC โจมตีกลุ่มต่างๆในภูมิภาคเคอร์ดิสถานของอิรัก สำนักงบประมาณของสหราชอาณาจักรปรับลดประมาณการอัตราดอกเบี้ยเฉลี่ยของธนาคารตลอดช่วงคาดการณ์ลงมาอยู่ที่ร้อยละ 3.6 จากเดิมที่ร้อยละ 3.8 เมื่อเดือนพฤศจิกายนที่ผ่านมา ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าสหรัฐอเมริกามีอาวุธยุทโธปกรณ์ระดับกลางถึงระดับสูงอย่างไม่จำกัดและเป็นอาวุธที่มีอานุภาพร้ายแรง สื่ออิหร่านรายงานว่ากองกำลังพิทักษ์ปฏิวัติอิหร่านได้เข้าโจมตีกลุ่มผู้เห็นต่างที่วางแผนจะโจมตีอิหร่านจากภูมิภาคเคอร์ดิสถานของอิรัก รัสเซียเตือนสถานการณ์การโจมตีโรงงานนิวเคลียร์ของอิหร่านเริ่มควบคุมไม่ได้แล้วอ้างอิงจากรายงานของสำนักข่าวอินเตอร์แฟกต์ บริษัททรอสอะตอมของรัสเซียแจ้งว่าได้ระงับการดำเนินงานในอิหร่านแล้วตามรายงานจากสำนักข่าวอินเตอร์แฟกซ์เอกอัครราชทูตอิหร่านประจำสหประชาชาติณนครเจนีวากล่าวว่าหากฐานทัพใดในประเทศเพื่อนบ้านถูกใช้เพื่อโจมตีหรือรุกรานประเทศอื่นจะถือเป็นเป้าหมายที่ถูกต้องตามกฎหมาย ตลาดเงินประเมินโอกาสที่ธนาคารกลางยุโรปหรือ ECB จะปรับขึ้นอัตราดอกเบี้ยภายในสิ้นปีนี้เพิ่มขึ้นเป็น 40% จากเดิมที่ 25% ในช่วงต้นของการซื้อขายสถานีโทรทัศน์ CCTV ของจีนรายงานว่ารัฐมนตรีต่างประเทศของจีนได้พูดคุยทางโทรศัพท์กับรัฐมนตรีต่างประเทศอิสราเอล นางมิเชลโบแมนกรรมการเฟดไม่ได้แสดงความคิดเห็นเกี่ยวกับนโยบายการเงินหรือแนวโน้มเศรษฐกิจในสุนทรพจน์ที่เตรียมไว้สำหรับการกล่าวในงานเกี่ยวกับกฎระเบียบสภาพคล่องของธนาคารค่ะนางมิเชลโบแมนกรรมการเฟดกล่าวถึงธนาคารต่างๆว่าเราจำเป็นต้องพิจารณาว่าการปฏิบัติตามกฎระเบียบจะนำไปสู่ความแข็งแกร่งอย่างแท้จริงหรือไม่ คุณมิเชลโบแมนกรรมการเฟดกล่าวว่ากรอบการจัดการสภาพคล่องในปัจจุบันดูเหมือนจะยังไม่ได้พิจารณาถึงภาวะความตึงเครียดของธนาคารอย่างเพียงพอ
안녕하십니까. 오늘도 평화로운 밸리에서 라이브를 한번
والظهر صار نفس الشيء. ابو شاكر الظهر صار نفس الشيء لما ضربت طلع واحده.
สำนักข่าวทัศนิมรายงานว่าได้ยินเสียงระเบิดหลายครั้งในกรุงเตหะรานเมืองหลวงของประเทศอิหร่าน
وانا ما كان في دخان. تاني طيارة اليوم.
สำนักข่าวของอิหร่านรายงานว่าได้ยินเสียงระเบิดหลายครั้งในกรุงเตหะรานและในเมืองคาราททางตะวันตกของเมืองหลวง เจ้าหน้าที่กระทรวงน้ำมันของอิรักเปิดเผยว่าอิรักได้ปรับลดกำลังการผลิตน้ำมันดิบจากแหล่งรูไมลาลง 700,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันเมื่อวันอังคารที่ผ่านมา เจ้าหน้าที่น้ำมันอิรักเปิดเผยว่าการส่งออกที่หยุดชะงักจากช่องแคบฮอร์มุซที่ล่าช้าส่งผลให้ปริมาณน้ำมันในคลังเก็บน้ำมันทางตอนใต้ของอิรักอยู่ในระดับวิกฤตเจ้าหน้าที่กระทรวงน้ำมันอิรักเปิดเผยว่าอิรักได้ระงับการผลิตน้ำมันดิบจากแหล่งเวสคูนา2อีก 460,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันอัตราดอกเบี้ยเฟดณวันที่ 2 มีนาคมอยู่ที่ร้อยละ 3.64 ไม่เปลี่ยนแปลงจากวันที่ 27 กุมภาพันธ์ ธนาคารกลางยุโรปหรือ ECB ได้ทำการชำระหนี้จากการซื้อพันธบัตรภาคเอกชนไปแล้วเป็นมูลค่า 242.1 ล้านยูโร สำนักข่าวอิหร่านรายงานว่าอาคารสภาผู้เชี่ยวชาญแห่งอิหร่านในเมืองกุมทางใต้ของกรุงเตหะรานถูกโจมตีทางอากาศจนราบเป็นหน้ากลอง
موجود كثير صحي تمام
بس اذا صار في مي بالارض
برجع بذكرك اياه
النا
اوكي بتعرفي
النا له لقلبان
اوكي
احيانا كنت له لقلبان
اوكي
لانه بدي اجربها ظبطت الحنفيه نسيتها بتنزل مي
ضغطه ممكن تنزل
انا عندي بالشتاء غير ما بيتعمل ما بعرف ليه بتنوفر مي نسيتها بتنوفر مي من
เจ้าหน้าที่น้ำมันอิรัก2 รายเปิดเผยว่าอิรักอาจจำเป็นต้องลดกำลังการผลิตลงกว่า3 ล้านบาร์เรลต่อวันในอีกไม่กี่วันหากเรือบรรทุกน้ำมันไม่สามารถเคลื่อนย้ายได้อย่างอิสระและเข้าถึงท่าเรือขนถ่ายได้อดีตประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าคลังอาวุธยุทโธปกรณ์ของสหรัฐอเมริกาโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งในระดับกลางและสูงไม่เคยมีปริมาณมากและมีคุณภาพดีเท่านี้มาก่อนโดยสหรัฐอเมริกามีอาวุธเหล่านี้ในปริมาณที่แทบจะไร้ขีดจำกัดและสามารถทำสงครามได้อย่างไม่มีวันสิ้นสุดและประสบความสำเร็จอย่างมากโดยใช้อาวุธเหล่านี้ซึ่งมีคุณภาพดีกว่าอาวุธที่ดีที่สุดของประเทศอื่นๆ เจ้าหน้าที่อิรักรายงานว่าอิรักได้ปรับลดกำลังการผลิตน้ำมันดิบจากแหล่งเวสเคอร์นา 2 ลง 450,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันสำนักงานพลังงานสากลหรือ IEA จัดการประชุมฉุกเฉินกับรัฐบาลประเทศสมาชิกในวันนี้เพื่อหารือเกี่ยวกับสถานการณ์ตลาดน้ำมันและก๊าซ กองทัพอิสราเอลสั่งให้พลเรือนอิหร่านออกจากพื้นที่ใกล้เขตอุตสาหกรรมและสนามบินปายัมใกล้กรุงเตหะรานพร้อมเตือนว่าจะปฏิบัติการในอีกไม่กี่ชั่วโมงข้างหน้า
cage deathmatch to become the country's everything store.
So what does Walmart have planned as it continues trying to catch Amazon in e-commerce? For example, Walmart launched its own voice assistant called Ask Sam in July for employees to use to help shoppers find products and prices in stores.
They're trying to find ways to use those physical stores.
กองทัพอิสราเอลประกาศเตือนให้ประชาชนอพยพออกจากพื้นที่อีกแห่งในกรุงเตหะรานบ่งชี้ถึงการโจมตีที่กำลังจะเกิดขึ้น
The use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
At one point on the Saturday night at around 2 a.m. I thought I was going to die.
The US-Israel war with Iran has entered its fourth day. Israel says it's launching simultaneous strikes on the Lebanese capital Beirut and the Iranian capital Tehran. Well, these pictures show the aftermath of the strikes in Beirut. Israel says it's been hitting Iran-backed Hezbollah strongholds in the south of the city. Hezbollah says it's targeted 3 Israeli bases in response. Iran's been striking back across the region. The US State Department says American citizens should leave the Middle East.
สถานการณ์สงครามในอิหร่านเข้าสู่วันที่ 4 แล้วและยังไม่มีทีท่าว่าจะคลี่คลายส่งผลให้ตลาดหุ้นและตลาดตราสารหนี้ปรับตัวลดลงอย่างต่อเนื่องสร้างความกังวลเกี่ยวกับภาวะชะงักงันในตลาดพลังงานที่อาจยาวนานขึ้นและภาวะเงินเฟ้อที่อาจปรับตัวสูงขึ้น
From New York at the opening bell, this is Business Today. Markets are again seeing red as the war enters its fourth day. Oil and gas prices soar as Iran steps up its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. It says it will set fire to any ship transiting through the waterway. Organizations warned to be on high alert and prepare for cyber attacks as the war escalates. And the war exposes how global growth depends on energy supplies through the Gulf region. Welcome to Business Today, live from New York. I'm Samira Hussein. Well, European markets are a sea of red as the Iran war sends a fresh wave of volatility through global finance, dragging down stocks and driving energy prices sharply higher. We certainly see the same thing here as U.S. markets open. Oil jumped about 5%, and European natural gas prices surged for a second straight day. Now, Philip Palumbo is CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Palumbo Wealth Management. Philip, thank you so much for joining us. So first off, how are markets reacting this morning? It certainly seems more dramatic than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, first of all, yesterday was a big shock with the markets closing really pretty much flat on the day. The price of oil where it closed at was really, I think, a shock overall. And then today, coming into today, I just think that overall, I think markets are reassessing the situation. I think the biggest issue is the Straits of Hormuz, and that's like a parking lot right now. If that doesn't operate as normal, with 20 to 25% of the oil and natural gas going through that region, volatility is going to persist. You know, Trump mentioned yesterday, as well as Rubio, that this is a 3 to 4 week process or even greater. It's not days. So that means that if the Strait of Hormuz continues to be an issue, the price of oil continues to spike, that's the recession risk that we're looking at.
สำนักข่าวอิหร่านรายงานว่าสนามบินเมราบัตในกรุงเตหะรานถูกโจมตี
How long do we have until we can start seeing, or that we may start seeing, real impacts to energy supplies?
Well, supplies, going into this war, there's been an oversupply, which has been a good thing. I think the U.S. has done a great job being independent. We've been an exporter of natural gas. I think all that's all great. But still, at the end of the day, when you're at war in a situation where a lot of oil gets exported from and that's being disrupted, and as long as this war continues, which can continue longer than people think, it can be an issue for the price of oil and the rise of the price of that, which could be impactful to an overall economy. And it's the known unknown, and that's the part that creates volatility. That's why you're seeing the markets de-risk at this moment.
And finally, just how worried are investors about inflation?
I've said it all along. Inflation is more of a problem because the balance sheet of the Fed, which is 7 to 8 trillion, with Kevin Warsh, if he does become the new Fed chair, he's going to go in there and try to fix that to reduce the overall Fed balance sheet. I think that's really the next step to get the Fed, to get the inflation rate down to the 2% Fed target. Other than that, I just think that we're going to live at that 2.8 to 3.25 inflation number that we're at right now. So inflation, year over year is
Middle East are being urged to heighten their cyber security vigilance. The UK's National Cybersecurity Centre warns that there is almost certainly an increased risk of indirect cyber threats to organizations connected to the region. Now, Cynthia Kaser is a former FBI director of cyber and now leads the research team at Halcyon. Pardon me. How much are cyber attacks a threat, and for whom are they a threat?
Well, Iran is a global threat. It's one of the world's
สำนักข่าวอิหร่านรายงานว่าเกิดเหตุโจมตีในเขตฮาคิมเยทางตะวันออกของกรุงเตหะรานหลังจากที่อิสราเอลได้เตือนให้ประชาชนออกจากพื้นที่ดังกล่าว
operations and conducting devastating or destructive cyber attacks. So there are significant risks to across the globe, but in particular, we've already seen increased activity from Halcyon and our customers or our accesses within the Middle East region.
So which companies or which organizations are most at risk?
Critical infrastructure organizations are the top of the target list for Iran and its proxies who are conducting cyber operations. The point here is to try to reduce the will, reduce the capabilities within the region of any allies or support to the military operations, but more broadly, going beyond their borders, going into the United States, going into our allies in Europe, being able to compromise a part of a critical organization, and then lying about it. So going out and saying, hey, we've compromised this entire facility. when they've maybe only been able to compromise a part, really trying to reduce confidence and stoke fear and chaos across our societies.
Now, I want to lean a little bit onto your previous experience, your previous role at the FBI, and I'm wondering what they may be doing right now to prepare.
In situations like these at the FBI, they were preparing for any type of threats by increasing the amount of people, the coverage that's going on across the nation. So having 24/7 coverage of analysts, agents at headquarters, at the 56 field offices across the nation, so that they could rapidly respond to and provide information within a local area to any local business, critical infrastructure organization that could be at risk.
Cynthia Kesa, we're going to have to leave it there. This has been really very interesting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, to the UK, Chancellor Rachel Reeves has delivered her spring statement on the economy. The Chancellor announced a lower growth forecast for the UK, but insisted her economic plan is working in an uncertain world. Now, much of the data used in the statement was collated prior to the war in the Middle East.
In an increasingly dangerous world, I am proud to be the Chancellor that is delivering the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. With £650 million committed in January to upgrade our Typhoon fighter jets, a new Royal Navy frigate launched from Rosyth last week, and just yesterday, our £1 billion helicopter deal with Leonardo. I am in no doubt about Britain's ability to navigate the challenges we face. The plan that I have been driving forward since the election is the right one. Stability in our public finances, investment in our infrastructure, including our armed forces, and reform to Britain's economy.
Iran's hold over the global economy is amplified by its grip on the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point through which about 20% of the world's oil and a vast majority of Asia-bound crude flows. Now, any disruption there sends shockwaves through energy markets, as we're seeing right now. And it's pushing up prices and feeding directly into inflation. And even a modest rise in inflation really can erode consumer spending power. And every 1% increase can shave an estimated 0.2 to 0.3% off of economic growth. Now, Emma Ashford is a senior fellow at Stimson, a think tank focused on international security and prosperity. Look, the White House hasn't really been given a clear indication on how long this war will last. What does that mean for the global impact?
They haven't been clear at all. They haven't been very clear about what the goals are of the war, which in turn means we have no idea how long this will last. The president has said maybe 3 or 4 weeks. The problem is that particularly for oil shipments, traders really need to start knowing if the Strait of Hormuz is closed or open for business, and they probably need to know that within the next few days. Otherwise, prices are going to spike much higher. So the uncertainty is a big part of why we're seeing so much turmoil in markets today.
Now, you warn of worst-case outcomes if this war cannot end quickly. I'm wondering what some of those are.
Well, again, I think there are impacts to global markets in terms of cost of living, in terms, particularly in Europe, of whether gas can be sustained to continue industrial production. There are also impacts on the Gulf states. These are states that have done very well for themselves in the last few decades by seeming like very attractive financial hubs. Now that they are under missile attack, that's going to have significant future problems for them in terms of attracting investors.
Now, are there ways that the global economy can protect themselves?
I think if this war can be stopped or at least slowed and made a much shorter conflict, then it is possible we won't see these significant economic knock-ons. But I think it's very clear that if this persists, all indications right now are that it is going to persist, that there's really no way to actually prevent at least a moderate economic downturn.
And are there countries that are more susceptible than others?
Certainly. Countries in Asia in particular, crude obviously is traded on a global market, so prices will rise everywhere, but it is the countries in Asia that will first feel that supply pinch. The Europeans are going to be particularly vulnerable to shutoffs in natural gas, liquefied natural gas coming out of Qatar. So that will be the immediate impact. But long term, again, unless the US or some other country can help to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, organize perhaps convoys, as we did during the tanker war back in the 80s, the impact is going to be felt everywhere.
So we know that the Strait of Hormuz, of course, is crucial to all of this. I'm wondering, once that opens up again, how long will it take for things to sort of get back to normal? It'll take a while, I'm assuming, for ships to be able to start transporting some of the much-needed energy resources to Asian countries that, as you say, are very vulnerable.
At the moment, it actually is not that much of a lag time. There are a number of ships loaded and waiting to go inside the strait. It's really that they are waiting to find out whether it is safe to transit or not. And what we do not know is when insurers come through with policies at a higher premium, when those ships start to transit, what will happen? Will the Iranians carry through with their threats? Will other ships be dissuaded from going in or out of the Gulf? And if that happens, then we're probably looking at countries diverting oil production into local storage and then starting to wind it down as it becomes clear that they can't export it. That's when we start to see the widespread impacts globally.
Emma Ashford, thank you so much. This has been absolutely fascinating. We're going to leave it there. And just a quick look at the markets right now. We see that the Dow Jones has dropped some 800 points since opening about 10 minutes ago. That's all the time that we have. Stay tuned for more on BBC News.
This is BBC News Live, where we are continuing to bring you coverage of the strikes which are continuing across the Middle East as the US-Israel war with Iran enters its fourth day now. Let's first of all take you to these live pictures which show you the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And we have seen more strikes from the air there. You can see smoke billowing over the skyline of Beirut. But we also know that Israel
แหล่งข่าวรัสเซียระบุการค้าธัญพืชของรัสเซียกับอิหร่านผ่านทะเลดำและทะเลแคสเปียนหยุดชะงักหลังการโจมตีของสหรัฐอเมริกาและอิสราเอล
And let's also show you the scene across Jerusalem. It's been a calmer picture there, as you can see, but we know that there have been sirens going off in the city. And let's show you Tel Aviv as well in Israel, where Israeli rescuers and police said at least 7 people were wounded after the latest salvo of missiles fired from Iran. Of course, we can't bring you live pictures of Iran, but of course those strikes continue to hit Iran as well, and we are hearing that loud explosions rocked the Iranian capital on Tuesday. And all of this is having an impact on the flights in the region. The Qatari Foreign Ministry saying a couple of hours ago that some 8,000 people are stranded because of the disruptions on flights. Well, let's return to BBC News with my colleague Christian Fraser.
Welcome back. Throughout the programme today, we've been looking at the basis for this war in Iran, the strategic case for it, and whether it has any grounding in international law. But few voices in American foreign policy have pushed harder for confrontation with Iran than Ambassador John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor. He argued for regime change long before the first bomb fell and throughout his time in the White House. And what makes his perspective interesting is that Iran didn't just consider him an enemy, they allegedly plotted to kill him. Ambassador, welcome to the programme.
Glad to be with you.
I get the impression, and we set it out in our programme today, that since the weekend, the administration in Washington has been searching for an explanation as to why they went to war, and it's evolved 4 different ways. Why do you think that is?
Because I think this is typical of Donald Trump, typical of the confusion that reigns, typical of his lack of strategic thinking. I'd be happy to give you what the strategic case is, but I think the point you're making is important because it's going to cause, it already is causing domestic political difficulties for Trump that he can't explain to the American people generally, and particularly to much of his own political base, which is isolationist, why he's doing this. It'll have international ramifications as well. But I think if you look in the context of the joint nature of the operation of what we're doing and what Israel's doing, there isn't any doubt in my mind that Israel's number one objective is regime change.
The president has given an interview this morning in which he's accused the British Prime Minister of dithering. If I was to sit Keir Starmer in front of you today, well, if I was to sit the Prime Minister in front of you today, how would you put the strategic case to him and the legal basis for this war?
Well, the strategic case is very clear that the threat posed by Iran's nuclear weapons program and its delivery system and ballistic missiles on one hand, and its long-standing leader in the support for international terrorism on the other, make this a clear threat to the United States, and we are entitled to take action against that threat. Now, the argument about international law here, I think, is just completely beside the point. I don't think American citizens need to be tethered goats to a regime run by a bunch of autocratic, theological extremists seeking to possess nuclear weapons. I think we are entitled to protect our people and that of our allies who want to be protected by eliminating the threat before it becomes real.
But then the concern comes to the day after. If you listen to the Israeli senior leaders, many of them aren't even pretending that there is a master plan here. I interviewed Naftali Bennett, the former Prime Minister, the other day, and they think anything is better than the Ayatollah. And even if that means that there is a risk that the country is plunged into chaos, I think they've made a realpolitik judgment in Jerusalem that even turmoil would be better than the current status quo.
Well, I think turmoil would be better than the status quo, certainly from America's strategic interest. But I do think that doing what we can to facilitate a changeover to a more appropriate kind of government would be in America's interest as well. You know, the Shah of Iran, when he ruled, was a strong American ally in the Middle East, and it was a sea change in 1979 when he was replaced by the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was one of our most vigorous enemies. I'd love to go back to pre-1979 realities. That isn't going to happen, I don't think. But I do think there's a strong likelihood that as this regime begins to come apart, and it has never been weaker at any point since it took power in 1979, that there's an interim solution that the regular military, not the Revolutionary Guard, but the regular military or considerable elements of the regular military take control, restore order, and then that gives the Iranians a chance through whatever consultative process, whatever constitutional.
But how do you bring that about?
Because they form a government.
Right, but how do you bring that about? Because
it's not our responsibility to bring it about.
Well, and that's the point the Secretary of War made yesterday. We're not into nation building, he said. But if you're throwing all the chips in the air, don't you have a responsibility to ensure that some order is restored and that someone is put in place?
It's the responsibility of the president to safeguard American national security interest. As I've said, I think it would be to our advantage to find a way to transition to a government that may not be democratic in our sense of the word, but certainly better than the Ayatollahs and the Revolutionary Guard. I do find it hard to imagine there is anything worse than the present government. And in fact, I would say effectively right now, well, maybe before Friday night, the real government in Iran was the Revolutionary Guard. It's a military dictatorship with theocratic overtones. They run the ballistic missile and nuclear programs. They own 40% of the economy. The supreme leader and the Ayatollahs were kind of religious legitimacy, ideological camouflage. The real regime is the Revolutionary Guard, which along with its besieging militia in January, killed 32,000 of its own people for demonstrating against the regime. Hard to beat that.
You were the National Security Advisor. You had this brief. You have studied this for an inordinate amount of time. Do you have in mind someone or some element within Iran beyond, as you say, the military that could take over? And do you think
ผู้แทนอิหร่านประจำสหประชาชาติกล่าวว่าอิหร่านยังไม่ได้ติดต่อสหรัฐอเมริกาเกี่ยวกับการเจรจาสันติภาพที่อาจเกิดขึ้น
But it's not well organized, and that's why the most likely outcome will be for people who are not religious fanatics but have the capability to restore order. That is to say, hopefully the regular military to be the force that emerges. And I think in this context, trying to plan beyond that, trying to measure the drapes in the office for whoever the next leader of the country is going to be is a mistake. First, you have to get rid of the regime. So I'd say keep your eyes on the prize here, and we can worry about what comes next when it's time to worry about it.
Do you agree with the President that the so-called special relationship between our two countries is in peril?
No, I don't think so. Look, the special relationship doesn't rest solely on the two heads of state. It rests on many, many other things at all levels of society. Donald Trump thinks that relations between states are entirely embodied in the personal relationships of the two leaders. He thinks he and Vladimir Putin
Wall Street Journal รายงานว่าทรัมป์เปิดโอกาสที่จะให้การสนับสนุนกองกำลังติดอาวุธในอิหร่าน
But fortunately for us and fortunately for you, they don't get to determine whether there's a special relationship or not.
The President says that he envisages this going 3 or 4 weeks, and it will continue until all his objectives have been met. But we're seeing world markets tumbling, the oil and gas prices are going up, the 10-year gilt, the interest rate on those is going up. Do you think he has the staying power for this?
Well, I think that's his problem more than anything else. He's the one who made the decision. If he didn't think it through, he'll bear the consequences. I think actually he said yesterday 4 or 5 weeks, but he's prepared for longer. And both he and the Secretary of Defense said they were prepared to put boots on the ground. And I think that's a realistic way to look at it. Now, whether it's sustainable or not.
นายวิลเลียมแห่งเฟดไม่ได้กล่าวถึงผลกระทบทางเศรษฐกิจจากความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านในสุนทรพจน์ที่เตรียมไว้
That's his problem too.
Yeah, putting boots on the ground though, that's an enormous endeavor, and he wasn't elected to do that.
นายวิลเลียมส์จากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดกล่าวว่าผลกระทบจากมาตรการภาษีส่วนใหญ่อยู่ภายในประเทศนายวิลเลียมแห่งเฟดกล่าวว่าภาษีนำเข้าเป็นปัจจัยหลักที่ผลักดันอัตราเงินเฟ้อแต่คาดว่าแรงกดดันดังกล่าวจะลดลงภายในปีนี้นายวิลเลียมแห่งเฟดกล่าวว่าจนถึงขณะนี้ยังไม่มีผลกระทบทางอ้อมที่สำคัญจากมาตรการภาษี
Knowing the region as you do, what do you think would happen if they join the fight proper?
Well, I think it might be over sooner. I think the Gulf Arab states understand that the biggest threat they face strategically is the regime in Tehran, both from its support for terrorism and from its nuclear weapons program. It was the realization perhaps 10 years ago that the Gulf Arab view of Iran was strategically essentially the same as Israel's, and that Israel was more dependable in many respects than the United States, that led to the Abraham Accords and the potential for even more to come. And I think they understand that. I think, like everybody else, they hope they could achieve their objectives without a lot of fuss and bother. It turned out that's not possible. But they understand their region quite well. They know this regime is the biggest threat they face, and if its days are numbered, then their future is even brighter.
Just quickly, do you feel more safe or less safe today?
I feel more safe. I think this represents the United States, even under Donald Trump, saying we will deal with threats to the American people. We will not live as tethered goats.
Well, that includes you personally, of course. We've set that history out. John Bolton, Ambassador Bolton, thank you for coming on the programme. Let me show you the live pictures very quickly from Beirut. Actually, that's the live board. Opening bell in New York. You can see that the Dow Jones is down.
นายวิลเลียมส์จากเฟดกล่าวว่าผลกระทบจากภาษีนำเข้าส่วนใหญ่อยู่ในประเทศ นายวิลเลียมแห่งเฟดกล่าวว่าภาษีนำเข้าเป็นปัจจัยหลักที่ผลักดันให้เกิดภาวะเงินเฟ้อแต่แรงกดดันดังกล่าวจะลดลงภายในปีนี้เฟดสาขานิวยอร์กวิลเลียมกล่าวว่าจนถึงขณะนี้ยังไม่มีผลกระทบทางอ้อมที่สำคัญจากมาตรการภาษี
We'll take you through them all. But first of all, let's show you some pictures from a little earlier that show you the scene in Iran. This is northeast of the capital, Tehran, because Israel says it has been striking Iran today. Of course, this is now day 4 of the conflict there, and you can see these pictures with the smoke hanging in the air there, and the Israeli Red Crescent says that hundreds of people, in fact 787 people, have been killed in Iran since US-Israeli attacks began. Well, let's now take you to the Lebanese capital, Beirut. This is the scene live in Beirut as we have seen strikes hit the city there, Lebanese strikes and Israeli strikes, I should say, hitting Lebanon, and the Israeli government says it's also going to be sending in ground troops across the border from Israel into Lebanon. And this is the scene at the border there. Now, Hezbollah, which is an Iran-backed militia based in Lebanon, says that it's targeted an Israeli tank on the edge of a Lebanese border village there. And of course, as we saw in the earlier shots of Beirut, a busy capital, a very lively one now, with a scene of smoke hanging over the air. And actually, what we have seen in recent days is a number of different cities in the region being hit. Well, let's now take you to Israel. Let's show you the scene in Jerusalem. We have pictures there, and this is Tel Aviv. We also can show you the pictures in Jerusalem. The government in Israel saying that its military campaign against Iran could go on for weeks. And lastly, let's go to Washington, D.C., where the US administration continues to defend its decision to go to war. President Trump says the US's military operation has clear objectives. My colleague Steve Lai has been speaking to Joel Rayburn from the US, a former Iran specialist on the National Security Council.
The military objectives were made very clear, especially by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was the first official to delineate what the operational command, U.S. Central Command's mission is, which is, as he put it, to prevent Iran from having the ability to project power beyond its borders. So if you're military planners, if you're military targeters, like I used to be in a previous life, that makes it very clear the kind of forces on the Iranian side that you're targeting. That's the ballistic missiles, that's the long-range attack drones, that's the ability to use militant proxies like Hezbollah and the Iraqi Shia militants beyond Iran's borders. And then, of course, that will require also completely eliminating the Iranian nuclear program. So it's a pretty clear set of military targets.
And just another update to bring you as well, and that is that the US is warning of an imminent attack in the Saudi city of Tehran, a major centre for the oil industry. We've seen oil prices rise quite significantly, and gas prices, of course, in the wake of the conflict, and also the closure of the Straits of Hormuz has also seen a lot of key oil and gas supplies being halted. You're watching BBC News. We have much more analysis as well on the BBC News website. So you can, of course, stay across more of the text coverage as well.
And I'm Sumi Somaskanda, live from the White House. This is BBC News. Israel attacks Tehran and Beirut as the conflict across the Middle East escalates. Iran's capital sees a new wave of strikes, including Mehrabad Airport. The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country since Saturday. Meanwhile, Iran continues to retaliate as explosions are heard across the region. President Trump says it's too late for talks.
His Secretary of State says Washington will intensify its attacks.
The hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
The UK government considers sending naval support to the Mediterranean to counter the Iranian drone threats. Travel uncertainty in the Gulf. Western governments are working to offer evacuation flights for their nationals. BBC News will bring you the latest this hour from right across the region. Hello, you're live with BBC News. I'm Anna Foster in the Jordanian capital, Amman. And in the escalating war with Iran, Israel has launched fresh strikes on Tehran and on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. These are live pictures that we can show you right now of the skyline in Beirut. We've seen throughout the day today those plumes of dark smoke rising into the sky with the Mediterranean Sea in the background there. Now, Israel has also sent ground troops into Lebanon to seize what it calls strategic areas, it says, to prevent attacks being launched at border communities.
But all of this comes, as we know, as Iran is continuing to strike back by targeting a number of Gulf states across the region, including Bahrain and Qatar. And drones have struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia overnight. President Trump saying today that Tehran wanted to talk, but it was, quote, too late.
The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country. And in a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents in Beirut and in Tel Aviv. But first, this report from Alison Freeman.
The strikes on Iran continue on what is now the fourth day of action by the US and Israel. The Iranian Red Crescent says the death toll there has reached almost 800. And as shown by these pictures released by the IDF, the offensive by the Israelis has also stepped up in Beirut to tackle the Iran-backed Hezbollah. This morning, the Israeli government announced it was sending troops in to take strategic areas. Iran has been striking back. This footage showing what appears to be Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha being intercepted. The streets of Riyadh are quieter due to the threat. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defense confirming that the US embassy there was attacked by 2 Iranian drones. And in Erbil, in northern Iraq, home to a US airbase, this footage from social media shows where a fragment of what's thought to be a drone tore through the roof of a residential building, landing in a family's apartment. The Americans say they're working through a list of military targets, filming their destruction of a missile launcher. And this satellite image shows an Iranian naval vessel on fire inside the sea wall in the port of Bandar Abbas. The US says there is still more action planned.
I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
Oil and gas prices have surged as Iran's retaliation across the Middle East continues. Ras Tanura, the Saudis' biggest oil refinery, was hit and forced to close. Around a fifth of the world's oil and gas pass through here, one of the world's most important shipping routes, the Strait of Hormuz. But an Iranian official has now warned that any ship who tries to pass through will be set on fire. The Iranians argue their retaliation is measured.
We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interest of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for act of aggression against another state.
There's also been a warning of an ongoing security.
นายชมิดไม่ได้กล่าวถึงความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านในแถลงการณ์ที่เตรียมไว้
After 2 drones were intercepted there on Monday. The conflict is coming at a cost to the Israelis too. People gathered in Jerusalem to mourn the deaths of 3 teenagers, but the Israeli government says it has no choice.
After we hit their nuclear sites,
and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson, but they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America.
And the US government remains resolute about its continuing military action.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective.
For now, though, the conflict continues with no sign of a ceasefire. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, as this war continues to grow, we're bringing you the very latest from right across the Middle East region. I want to take you, first of all, to Lebanon and to Israel. Our correspondent, Wira Davis, is in Beirut and Hugo Beshega is in Tel Aviv. Wira, there has been a delicate, fairly unsteady ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon since the war at the end of 2024. But what you've been seeing over the last 24 hours or so is right back, isn't it, to that wartime situation?
Yeah, hi Anna, and I think any hope on the ground here that this may be a very temporary break of that ceasefire has been dashed both by what the Israeli government says it now intends to do against Hezbollah in Lebanon and also
คุณชมิดจากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดไม่ได้กล่าวถึงสถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านในการแถลงการณ์ที่เตรียมไว้
Israel says it's not only targeting senior Hezbollah figures but also institutions, particularly financially.
เจ้าหน้าที่กระทรวงน้ำมันของอิรักเปิดเผยว่าอิรักได้ปรับลดกำลังการผลิตจากแหล่งน้ำมันเมซานลง 325,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันเนื่องจากถังเก็บน้ำมันดิบเต็มความจุ
Of course, most people here in Lebanon are very angry that Hezbollah decided to retaliate for those attacks on Iran in the way it did by continuing to fire rockets and missiles into Israel. And the two other things that are happening now as a consequence of this continued action is that about 30,000 people have been internally displaced since the start of the attacks here 3 days ago. And of course, the Lebanese government is anticipating that the Israelis will start an incursion into southern Lebanon in the coming hours and days to try and stop those Hezbollah attacks against northern Israel. So a lot going on, but I think no sense here that this is a temporary measure. A lot of people here expect this fighting and these airstrikes to last for quite a few days.
Wira, thank you. That's Wira Davis, our correspondent in Beirut. Hugo Beshega is in Tel Aviv. Hugo, are those regular barrages of Iranian missiles heading towards Israel continuing?
Yeah, and it's been a relatively quieter day today. We have heard the air raid alerts multiple times across the country, but there haven't been reports of major injuries or significant damage caused by those missiles that have been fired by Iran. Now, on the other hand, Israel has continued to attack Iran, and in the last hour there have been reports that one of the targets hit in Tehran was the building of the Assembly of Experts, which is the group of clerics that will select the new supreme leader. So we're still trying to waiting for more details about what exactly happened there. And we see that Iran has continued to respond, and earlier today an Iranian drone hit the American embassy in Saudi Arabia, and obviously Americans have been urged to leave this region, to essentially leave the Middle East, even though there's a lot of travel disruption because lots of airports remain closed. The airspace of a number of countries also closed because of these attacks. And we haven't heard from President Trump, from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a clear plan, a clear, clear objectives for this conflict. We've heard from President Trump yesterday, who said that this conflict could last 4-5 weeks. The indications from Israeli officials is that this could be a prolonged conflict. They've been talking about regime change in Iran, and we're not seeing any kind of off-ramp in this conflict, any kind of opportunity to see a de-escalation in this conflict.
Hugo Beshega, thank you in Tel Aviv, and thanks to Wira Davis, our correspondent in Beirut. Well, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio have indicated that Operation Epic Fury, as they call it, could become even more intense, and it's having a real impact here in the Middle East. It's worth saying, just over my shoulder, you can see a long, low building. That is the US Embassy that was temporarily evacuated last night because of a drone threat. And in fact, the skies here in Jordan, where I am, are quiet at the moment because they've decided to close their airspace to protect against that Iranian missile threat. And Sumi Somaskanda is outside the White House. Sumi, US citizens are being told to leave not just Jordan, where I am, but countries right across the Middle East. That just demonstrates, doesn't it, that even the US at the moment seems to not quite know which direction this is going in.
That's right, Anna, and we were monitoring late last night as those two drones, we understood, hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. And we understand they caused only minor damage, but it just goes to show just the unpredictability of where this conflict is heading. And indeed, we've seen the State Department, Marco Rubio, advise American citizens across the region to leave immediately. Well, of course, that would involve a concerted effort, but because it is difficult with flights being canceled across the region at the moment, they are urging Americans to get on commercial flights and leave. How easy that will be remains to be seen. But it comes as you mentioned there, it appears President Trump, his administration, are intent upon continuing this conflict, and that the hits will be harder than before, as we heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. We have also seen President Trump say today on Truth Social, we have destroyed their Air Force, their Navy. They want to talk, but it's too late. That does echo what we've heard from the president in the last few days on social media when he has said they were stringing us along in negotiations. They had no intent, the Iranians, on really coming to an agreement on terms that we could accept. And so this attack was necessary. But we know as well that we've seen a shifting array of, let's say, objectives for this conflict from the U.S. perspective, and also justifications, perhaps the most interesting from the Secretary of State himself, Marco Rubio, when he was on Capitol Hill on Monday, saying, well, we understood that the Israelis were going to attack, and that would then create reprisals for the U.S., that we had to get ahead of any reprisals from the Iranians to protect Americans, American bases in the region. All of that, of course, will be very much in focus today, later in the afternoon, when the full Congress, so the House of Representatives and the Senate, will receive a briefing. Secretary Rubio will be part of that again, and they will have many questions for him on the justification, on the legal basis of this conflict. We know that Democrats in the Senate in particular want to bring forward a vote on a war powers resolution so that the president would need authorization from Congress to be able to continue operations in Iran. Now, at the moment, it doesn't look like that is going to have enough votes. It's mostly just the Democrats at the moment who have supported that. But we will be watching that a little bit later. As this morning, we're going to see the German Chancellor here with President Trump. And of course, Europe's role in all of this is very much in focus today, as Donald Trump has criticized Sir Keir Starmer again for not showing full support in the early stages of the attacks on Iran. He told the Sun newspaper that the Prime Minister had, quote, not been very helpful. So that messaging from the president, as we also heard critical words from the Senator Lindsey Graham earlier. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, on this story. Damien, what are you hearing there on this criticism from President Trump?
Well, Simi, I was at a briefing with Prime Minister Keir Starmer's official spokesperson in Downing Street just a couple of hours ago, where he was asked about that. And he basically said that the Prime Minister here of the UK had been faced with a decision, had taken a decision in before those initial strikes. He said based on putting British interests first. And in doing so, he referred to what Keir Starmer had told Parliament yesterday, which is that meant from the UK's experience, there were two tests that need to be met. One was any action legal? And the second was it part of a coherent plan? Now, what the Prime Minister implied by that then is that he didn't think those tests had been met, and that was why he hadn't given the authorization in the first place for the US to fly long-range bombers out of an airbase in the UK and the base that the UK and the US share in the Indian Ocean in Diego Garcia. That is what obviously annoyed Donald Trump. But Minister Keir Starmer making clear, and his spokesperson, that they had then decided, following a second request, that once Iran was firing missiles and drones and targeting Gulf countries, targeting civilians, hotels, airports, that British citizens, British interests, British allies were all at risk. At that point, the UK has given permission for use of those bases for defensive actions, which means targeting the missile launchers, the missile sites, that sort of thing. So they draw a sharp distinction, but that obviously hasn't still pleased President Trump.
Okay, Damien Grammaticus for us there. Thank you very much for that update. And that line will be, of course, very much in focus here at the White House, the role that Germany, France, and the UK are playing. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with more of our live coverage around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News.
Well, let's bring you these live pictures that show you the scene across parts of the Middle East, and of course you can see Washington there as well. And of course the US-Israel war with Iran is well into its fourth day now, and it shows no signs of letting up. In fact, it appears to be escalating. Let's show you the scene looking over Beirut, the Lebanese capital, because what we have seen are more strikes on Lebanon today. Israel saying that it's carried out new attacks on Iran and on Hezbollah. So Hezbollah, of course, the Iran-backed group based in Beirut, and Israel saying as well that it is planning to send ground troops across the border as well. Let's show you the scene across, looking out between the Israel-Lebanon border, because we have a live shot there as well. And we have plenty more on the latest on the BBC News website as well as things unfold. We'll bring you regular updates online. Let's go back to Sumi and Anna.
BBC News, I'm Anna Foster in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, the UK government is considering sending a naval warship thought to be HMS Duncan to the Mediterranean Sea. Defence sources, though, say a final decision has not yet been made. The Royal Navy destroyer is currently docked in Portsmouth, and it is primarily used to provide air defence. So it could be used to increase security around the RAF Akrotiri base on Cyprus, which has already been targeted by Iranian drones. Our reporter Jessica Parker is there.
We're hearing that the UK government is considering sending a warship, HMS Duncan, being prepared for a possible deployment. Could be used for air defences or to help increase security around this RAF base. That's as the Greeks have said they are sending frigates, they're sending fighter jets as well. In terms of the UK, they say no final decision has yet been made. But the Cypriot government has been asking for help from other EU nations. That's as Cyprus itself is very keen to emphasise it's not remotely part of the wider conflict, and the drone launches, they believe, were aimed at the British base that is here in Cyprus, that was kept after Cyprus gained independence from the United Kingdom decades ago. What the UK is saying is that bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers targeting Iranian missile sites, but nevertheless, clearly this base has become a target. Unconfirmed reports that the drone that struck here came from Lebanon, launched by the Iranian-backed Hezbollah group, but that hasn't been confirmed. What we are seeing, though, is the potential build-up of military assets around this Mediterranean island.
That is Jessica Parker on Cyprus. Well, trying to travel around the Middle East at the moment is enormously difficult. There is a handful of flights that are bringing stranded British nationals back to the UK today, but the majority of departures from the Middle East right across the region really remain cancelled at the moment. And one travel consultant has said that the backlog is so big that it could potentially take weeks to clear, which is causing some frustration and some upset and some fear in some cases for holidaymakers and other foreign nationals who are here in the region at the moment. Well, let's speak to Jack and Catherine Ferrari. They flew to Dubai for their honeymoon. It's really good to talk to you both. Thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. And I know it's been a frightening couple of days for you both. Just tell me what's been happening.
Yeah, absolutely. So we flew out here for our honeymoon / baby moon. We thought it was a really safe place to come. Everyone always talks about how safe Dubai is. And then we're staying at the Fairmont. So we're the hotel that actually got hit by the falling debris. We luckily left the hotel just before. We went to a spa maybe 50 meters down the road. And then as we finished at the spa, we came out the doors and saw this falling debris falling from the sky. We didn't know what it was, but there was this huge boom. The ground underneath us shuddered. It was the loudest thing I've ever heard. And just complete confusion from both of us and bewilderment at what happened. So we ran straight back into the spa, and everyone in there was crying, and we were just very confused what to do. When we eventually went back out, we saw our hotel with smoke coming out of it and a fire blazing in front, and we just didn't know where to go. So that was really the scariest moment that we've had, and when it all kicked off here in Dubai.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And Jack, you were saying it's your baby moon. Catherine, you're expecting, which just makes things even more difficult. I think it makes a frightening moment just harder when you know that you're pregnant as well.
Of course, it's more the uncertainty of when we're actually going to get home, with all the scans and everything that comes with being pregnant, and the excitement around that is just added extra stress onto an already quite stressful time being pregnant. So hopefully we can get out soon, get on a flight. However, we haven't heard anything from Emirates or BA, but I know that Dubai and the UAE have been incredible with all the response that they've given. So we feel somewhat relaxed in that respect.
Yeah, I would like to add
Jackie,
that
you're still staying in the same hotel.
We are staying in the same hotel. Yes. So after the blast happened, we didn't immediately come back to the hotel. We hid in an underground car park of one of the hotels. We hid down there for 2 hours. And then I phoned the Fairmont. They said everything's under control, but don't come back yet because the building's still on fire. And then eventually, after a while, we wandered back to the hotel, and they did have everything under control. They'd put the flames out, but everyone wasn't staying in their rooms anymore. Everyone had gone down to the basement, and eventually we ended up sleeping in the basement that night because we were too worried about other missiles. And we slept on sun loungers in the basement with all the other guests. And then the following evening, some of the guests came back up to the rooms, and we came back up to the rooms the following evening. And I think the only reason we were confident to do that was because of the response from the UAE government and the Air Force here. They've been shooting pretty much every missile out of the sky. Although it's a very loud explosion every time, and it's really scary, it really feels like they've got it fairly under control in terms of their defences here.
And we were talking a little about the flights there. Your flight home obviously cancelled, and a lot of people I've been speaking to in Dubai are saying that they are rolling cancellations. So we've only got about 30 seconds or so, but you're hoping to be able to get home fairly soon. Do you have a date actually penciled in at the moment?
So we have a flight with Emirates tomorrow. We went ahead and booked another one, but our original BA flight for Friday has been pushed back to Monday. So we were unsure what to do and which flight to take, but at the moment we haven't heard a single thing from Emirates, so it's unlikely it will go ahead.
Yeah, we're pretty confident it's going to get cancelled, and then we'll just keep rebooking until we get onto one. And we've got lots of friends out here as well, and colleagues out here visiting at the same time. They're all struggling to get flights too. So we're seeing them every day. Everything's reopened here in Dubai. So, our friends Ivo, Dawn, lots of my colleagues, they're out here. And we're going to keep trying to rebook with them until we can get back.
Well, it's good to hear you've got some support where you are, and it's good to hear that, as you say, hopefully you'll be on the way home soon. And thank you for telling us about it, Jack and Catherine Ferrari, on honeymoon there in Dubai. And that is a story that is really being reflected across the region at the moment. As we were saying, so many flight cancellations. The United States has told its citizens right across the Middle East to leave, but the difficulty is not many governments are actually sending flights in to evacuate them. So a lot of people are in that same position where they know that they want to get out of the region and they need to get out of the region, but the logistics of doing so are particularly difficult. And alongside that, of course, the attacks are continuing, fresh attacks on the Iranian capital, Tehran, this afternoon. We know in the last 24 hours or so, Significant buildings in Tehran were targeted, and those live pictures you can see there of Beirut as well. Israeli attacks on the Lebanese capital are continuing as well. It is a fast-moving story, but do stay with us for the very latest here on BBC News.
You're with BBC News as the US-Israeli war with Iran continues on. We can show you some of the images that we've got from across the region. These are live shots, and of course you can see the White House on the right-hand bottom corner as well. Well, let's show you some images, first of all, that are not live, but they show you Iran. And this is northeast of the capital, Tehran. Israel says it's been carrying out attacks on Iran's leadership compound, including the presidential office. And there
สำนักข่าวท่าสรายงานว่ารัสเซียพบความสนใจจากอินเดียในการซื้อน้ำมันของรัสเซียเพิ่มมากขึ้น
some of the consumer grade. The impact that we're seeing is certainly the memory prices are affecting system prices. So you see system prices going up. I will say that the enterprise demand on the data center side seems, again, very durable. I think people are wanting to compute, needing the compute. So although they're paying a bit more than they might have 6 or 9 months ago, I think that is, that is the main impact. I am watching the impact on the PC market. So we would expect that there might be more sort of cost pressures, and as those cost pressures, they may change a little bit the PC market dynamics. So whereas our overall sell-through in the PC market is actually quite good, we are expecting that in the second half of the year we may see a more muted part of the market just as memory prices are volatile. But we'll have to see how it plays out. I mean, at the end of the day, the one thing about the industry is we tend to like demand, and we tend to like fulfilling that demand. So I think there is a lot to still play out. But on the data center side, it is full speed ahead, and we'll have to see what happens in the consumer markets.
Very helpful, thank you. Let me see if we have any questions from the audience.
At regular intervals, our correspondents say as well. This is Tel Aviv as well. And let's now take you to the
morning. Thanks for taking my question. Following OpenAI and Meta, can you just talk about the propensity for other, kind of gigawatt scale deals with other hyperscalers, AI lab types? Thank you.
Absolutely. So, look, we are very ambitious with what we can do in the data center AI market. I think from a roadmap standpoint, as much as we're excited about the MI450 series, we're actually super excited about what's beyond as well. We've also been very focused on building the software ecosystem. So the idea, we want to make it super simple for people to adopt AMD technologies. And we've gone from, let's call it in the early stages of MI300, it might have taken
ผู้ค้าและนายหน้าซื้อขายรายงานว่าอัตราค่าขนส่งน้ำมันดิบจากเมืองยานบูและพื้นที่อื่นๆในซาอุดีอาระเบียพุ่งสูงขึ้นกว่า2เท่าเป็น$28 ล้านอเมริกาต่อเรือบรรทุกน้ำมันเนื่องจากบริษัทอารามโคพยายามเบี่ยงเส้นทางขนส่งน้ำมันดิบจากช่องแคบฮอร์มุซไปยังทะเลแดง
Iran's borders, and then of course that will require also completely eliminating the Iranian nuclear program. But so it's a pretty clear set of military targets.
Well, BBC News is going to be answering some of the most searched questions that you have about Iran. We've got a great panel of experts and correspondents who are going to be answering some of those questions, including our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, our business editor, Simon Jack, experts from the BBC's Persian service, and chief presenter, Sumi Somaskanda, who will be reporting from the White House. Now let's send you back to Matthew and Roliwala.
Welcome to BBC News. As the conflict in the Middle East widens, we're going to spend the next half an hour looking at the most asked questions on the Iran war. With me in the studio is our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and Param Gubadi from BBC's Persian service. I'm also joined for the next 30 minutes by Sumi Somaskanda, who's there live at the White House. And with us also is our business editor, Simon Jack. So let's get cracking straight away. Sumi, we're going to go right back to basics because one of the most searched for questions is why is the US attacking Iran?
That's a fundamental question, isn't it, Matthew? And it's one we've heard differing answers to over the course of the last few days, both from President Trump and members of his administration. Look, President Trump has laid out a few answers. He has said it was to intend that Iran could not develop its ballistic missile program further to destroy its ballistic missiles and the launchers that launch those missiles. Also to ensure that Iran could not get closer to developing a nuclear weapon. We've heard the president say that in part it was to ensure that Iran could not attack U.S. interests and assets in the region. And we heard the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, say just yesterday on Capitol Hill that one of the reasons that the U.S. attacked at this time was because they understood that if Israel attacked Iran, and Israel was going to attack Iran, that Iran would retaliate against U.S. targets in the region. Now, all of these answers, of course, that we've heard from the administration have not necessarily have not answered the questions that many members of Congress have, who say, was there a legitimate threat that was immediate on the United States? To that question, we haven't heard a definitive answer yet, but those are the reasons that the administration have given for why the U.S. is attacking Iran.
Sumi, I'll come back to the objectives a little later in this half hour, but at least let me bring you in because answer another basic question. Why is Israel involved in this?
Israel would have to be involved in this. Let us say, why is Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu's Israel involved in this? Since he was a young diplomat, he has always made the battle against Iran and its nuclear weapons the main mission of his life. Ever since October the 7th, 2023, where those attacks by Hamas on southern Israel triggered what turned into a brutal Gaza war, every time he went to see either first President Biden or
นักวิเคราะห์รายงานว่าการทำสัญญาเช่าเรือบรรทุกน้ำมันไปยังเมืองเยนบูในซาอุดีอาระเบียยังคงมีปัญหาเนื่องจากผู้ให้บริการขนส่งหลีกเลี่ยงการเดินทางในแถบตะวันออกกลาง
So finally, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel keeps saying that President Trump is the greatest president in history because finally he has found someone to make common cause, and that is to go after Iran, to go after its leadership struggle, to go after what he sees as the main threat in the region.
We've seen strikes on Iran. We've seen strikes in Beirut, in Lebanon. In the last 10 minutes or so, Benjamin Netanyahu vowing to strike Hezbollah with even greater force. So explain why Lebanon is involved also.
In the run-up to what many expected would eventually be a war, Hezbollah had said they would only attack if it join the attacks to support Iran, if it became existential, and if they killed the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And for Hezbollah, which of all of the proxies and partners of Iran, Hezbollah is the strongest. It was created in the early 1980s after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Shia clerics from Iran, Shia clerics from Lebanon coming together to form Hezbollah, the party of God. The linkages are political security, but they're also spiritual. They would have felt obliged, you can put on a view, that they had to be not just do something, but be seen to be doing something, even though they knew the consequences. How long they will continue, given what Israel is now doing, but that is why they are involved. They are standing, to use the expression, shoulder to shoulder with Iran on this.
Even given the weakened state that they are after the war of last year. Parham, let me ask you a question. It's difficult to get actual information from Iran, but what do we think is happening in Iran across the country?
So the most important and the latest development is that Israel is targeting Iran's headquarters, military headquarters, like Basij headquarters, which is the paramilitia. Usually they are really involved in the crackdown of the protests. Also, IRGC Revolutionary Guards headquarters, different buildings that they have. But the latest development is that Israel has announced that they targeted the political headquarters in Tehran, which is the presidential palace, and the building right next to it, few meters from that, which is the Supreme National Security Council, and also the Assembly of Experts building. Not only these three are very close to one another. The three have been targeted. Apart from that, the Secretariat of of Assembly of Experts in Qom was also targeted. And why is it important? Because this is the body that chooses the next Iranian supreme leader. Both places, buildings were targeted. Had they convened when this took place? We don't know that yet. But they have 88 experts, religious experts, who choose the next Iranian supreme leader.
I'll come back to that choice a bit later, but as we're talking now, who is running Iran?
So they have chosen, of course, for the domestic issues, we've got the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, is running the country. But after Ayatollah Khamenei's death, they formed a three-member body that is called the Temporary Leadership Council, which consists of Iranian president, head of Iranian judiciary, Ejei, and also an Ayatollah that is unknown to many Iranians. Most Iranians do not know his name, is Arafi, Alireza Arafi, but unknown to many Iranians and foreigners.
Let me bring Simon Jack in to talk about some of the economic consequences of what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 days. Simon, let's start by looking at what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Take us through it.
Well, the Strait of Hormuz is a very narrow bit of the Gulf around there, about 20-odd miles between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And through that channel, about 20% of the world's energy normally goes through in tankers. And very little is happening right now. The IRGC have said they will set fire to any vessels attempting it, so it is effectively closed. And we have seen that have a knock-on effect on very sharp increases in the price of oil and in the price of gas in the form of liquid natural gas. Because Qatar is the world's biggest producer of natural gas, and the world's biggest single liquid natural gas terminal in Qatar has been closed after being targeted by attacks from Iran. There's also been attacks on Saudi Arabia's biggest oil refinery. So we've seen very sharp moves, about 16, 17% in the price of oil since before hostilities began this time around, but a near doubling of the price of gas on the short-dated contracts if you wanted to buy it for next month. And that is having a very big knock-on effect because you've got to remember, Matthew, that the price of energy is incredibly pervasive. It gets into petrol at the pumps. It gets into things like transport, which can bring goods and services to your door. It also gets in the form of gas. It is made into fertilizer. Gas is involved in the production of fertilizer. So it gets into food prices. So all of this and the world is reeling a bit from what looks like an inflationary shock. And you're seeing financial markets, stock markets around the world also fall.
So how long will it take to translate so that we see petrol prices rise at the pump? And for the UK, just take us through where it gets the majority of its oil and gas.
So we get most of our oil and gas actually from
กองทัพอิสราเอลออกคำสั่งอพยพประชาชนในเมืองไซดอนทางตอนใต้ของเลบานอน
So most of it comes in, about a third comes from domestic production on oil, the rest comes from Norway and the US. Half of all the UK's gas comes from Norway. But in a way, it doesn't matter where it comes from because the prices are set internationally because there is a massive scrum, a massive bidding war for the gas resources that are out there. So even if you're getting your gas from Norway, it doesn't mean it won't be unaffected by what's going on. So in terms of how long it will take, it typically takes about 2 weeks for a move in the oil price to be reflected on the petrol forecourt. So at the moment, £1.32 roughly for a litre of unleaded. That was on last week's prices. Currently, we're looking at about £1.40. It's come in a week or two, and if prices go up to $90 a barrel, we're currently at 80. You could see it go to 140 and above. So as I say, they always tend to go up faster than they come down, to many motorists' chagrin. But basically, we're looking at a week or two before these events begin to show up in the forecourt.
Now, the question, how long will this Iran war last, is being searched an awful lot. Sumi, before I come back to you to answer that question or give us the latest thoughts, I suppose the strategic objectives are so crucial. I just want to play, and you touched upon it in your first answer, the varying answers being given from the administration over these last 3 or 4 days. And it started, of course, the first time Donald Trump spoke, and in that address, he spoke about the possibility of regime change. Have a listen to this.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
The president just wants to make it clear to the Iranians and to the world but he is not going to rest until he accomplishes that all-important objective of ensuring that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, not just for the next few years, not just because we obliterated Fordow or some other enrichment facility, but because the Iranians themselves commit long-term to not building a nuclear weapon.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat.
The president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces, and we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So, Sumi, let me bring you back in. So the explanations have really bounced around, and I suppose that makes answering that question that was posed so difficult, because the war lasts as long as securing the objectives, but what is the objective?
Indeed, that is precisely the question that's being asked here, Matthew, specifically from critics of President Trump. You know, we've heard President Trump say that the war could last from 4 to 5 weeks, but of course this is a president who has in the past set a time frame and blown through it or even ignored a time frame. So it's hard to say whether that 4 to 5 weeks can be taken really as a real time frame for which this war would last. But we heard the defense secretary there, Pete Hegseth, and also Secretary of State Rubio saying until the objectives are achieved, and I think in the coming days we're going to see real questions asked, specifically in Congress, as we know that Congress will be briefed today on this ongoing operation, of what the objectives are and when the administration will deem that those objectives have been reached. Now remember, they have said that the ballistic missile program and the launchers for those ballistic missiles have to be completely obliterated. And in order for those objectives to be reached, so that Iran can no longer pose a threat to the U.S. and its allies and partners in the region. But as we've seen, Iran continues to strike back. We don't have a clear picture on how long Iran will be able to sustain that retaliation. And because of that, we heard the prospect of boots on the ground yesterday raised and questions to both the defense secretary and the president. And they both didn't take it completely off the table, saying, well, everything is always on the table. But certainly, if the war continues to drag on, that is going to be an even sharper question to the president. How much more will the U.S. be involved, and will the U.S. have to commit more than it has to this point, which is a vast array of air power?
Lisa, let me bring you in because, again, the length of this war depends also on Iran's military strategy. Take us through your thinking on what you're actually seeing, because it's been suggested that it is a very change of strategy, say, to the 12-day war, a chaos theory.
It's what we call a very asymmetric war. Iran's security clerical authorities knew they could never win up against the mightiest army in the world, backed by Israel's not just military but intelligence assets. For them, the objective is to survive, and to survive in one place, no matter what the differences are. And there are differences within the hardline security forces, within the ruling clerics. But there's one thing they agree on, and that is the survival of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That is the main objective now. And when I was in Tehran and asked the Deputy Foreign Minister,
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวในการสัมภาษณ์เมื่อวันอังคารว่าอิหร่านกำลังขาดแคลนเครื่องยิงขีปนาวุธซึ่งอ้างอิงจากรายงานของ Politico.
Because it will be so dangerous. And what he didn't want to say was, yes, we are going to attack the very countries who had been working around the clock to try to avert the war, and now they have hit 9 countries. Iran is trying to increase the cost of this war so that Arab states who have the ear of President Trump say, stop it, bring this to a stop. Will President Trump listen? He seems to be listening to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. And as Sumi said, President Trump seems to even change day by day, from one day to the next, what he thinks this is all about. For Prime Minister Netanyahu, there is no ambiguity. This is about regime change. And this is what the kind of targeting that Parham talked about. The last thing I would say, as of yesterday, and a lot has happened in 24 hours, the White House said 49 of the most senior officials have already been killed, and President Trump has said some of them were supposed to succeed the supreme leader.
Well, Payam, let me bring you in on exactly that point, because Jonathan Karl, the journalist, was talking to Donald Trump, but exactly that point he was making, that Donald Trump said to him that they had identified the US possible candidates to take over in Iran, but many of those had been killed in the initial strikes. That is so baffling in terms of strategy, in terms of what the US was perhaps planning over the days and weeks.
Exactly. And Parham, the fact that he knows who they are, because Iranians don't know who they are.
Were they going to adopt a Venezuelan style and find somebody in, and that would disappoint and dismay many Iranians in the opposition, because that's not what they want. They've been chanting on the streets that they are sick and tired of both the reformists and the hardliners, and they want to have a different establishment. The rumors have been around not only for years, but for decades, that Ayatollah Khamenei's son, one of the four sons, Mujtaba, is going to replace him after all. Now, is he alive or dead? Mehr News Agency just said that, an hour ago, said that he's alive and safe and sound. But his wife was killed along with Ayatollah Khamenei on the first second of the war. And so will he going to take power? We don't know that. But one of the senior clerics said a year or two ago that they already know who the next leader is. They just do not release the name because they're afraid that the Israelis would assassinate him. But if there is a person from inside the country, and it's not, because nowadays we know that Iranian protesters have been on the street, and not all of them obviously, but many of them have been calling for Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah, to come back from the exile and to replace this regime. But will that be possible without boots underground? How are you going to guarantee his safety in the country?
Really briefly, in terms of protests, are there any signs over these days of any sort of protests on the street? Because now it is being seen as the sort of dissent that we've met with, working with an enemy, which of course would be a death sentence.
Exactly. So, I know that even during the 12-day war, Benjamin Netanyahu asked Iranians to take to the streets, but it did not happen. So there were protests right before that. After the deadly crackdown of the protests, university students started protesting. Then the 40th day anniversary of the deadly crackdown, because Shiites commemorate that day. So people were going to the graves and chanting death to the dictator. So the protests were continuing, but they stopped after the war started. Are they going to take to the streets again? We don't know that. But just the final point, they are saying Iranian people should take the power, but take the power from where? Because even the police stations are being bombed. So all those places of power are being bombed. How do you expect Iranians to take power, to hold power, when those places are getting bombed on a daily basis?
Straight back to Washington and the White House and Sumi. And we were talking earlier about the Trump administration. You were talking about Congress. Where is public opinion in all of this? Has any early polling been done?
It's a mixed picture, Matthew, and of course, the polling is all at a very early stages. There was one poll conducted, I believe, on Sunday, a Reuters Ipsos poll that indicated that only 1 in 4 Americans supported President Trump's operation in Iran. Of course, with the caveat that it is a very limited poll, and again, very soon after this operation began. If you look at some of the commentary that we've seen more broadly, there is a bit of a split within President Trump's MAGA base. There are those who, of course, support the president and say he is taking the necessary action that no other president did to secure the U.S. for generations, as the president himself has said. But there are others among his MAGA base who have said this is a president who ran on no more foreign wars, no more U.S. involvement in wars abroad, no more regime change, and this is not what the president planned. And I think what is going to be key for public opinion here is just how long this war lasts, just how long the U.S. is involved. If this continues to stretch on and we start to see more service members killed, of course, until now, 6 service members killed, 18 wounded, that public opinion could start to shift. But it is, at this point, very early days, Matthew, and so we're going to have to continue to monitor those early polls and see if the mood is shifting.
Yes, and of course, exactly as Simon was saying, there's the economic squeeze when all of these consequences directly affect ordinary people in America too, just like here. Simon, let me bring you back in, because a lot of searches around where is safe to travel, Turkey, Egypt, Cyprus, and when flights may resume to Dubai and to Qatar.
So on where it's safe to fly, the Foreign Office here in the UK has said most Gulf states, essential travel only. That's Bahrain, Qatar, Iran, Kuwait, Lebanon, etc., saying don't travel there unless you absolutely have to. Egypt, slightly different. Bits of Egypt, okay. Check with more detail. Cyprus, the UK is saying at the moment is safe. As for when flights will resume to Dubai and Qatar, the answer is that we just do not know. At the moment, flights are not travelling from Western Europe into Dubai, Qatar, and we've got no real steer on when they will reopen. Obviously, it will completely depend on the intensity of the hostilities. And as we're hearing from Marco Rubio, the heaviest bombardment hasn't even started yet. So I wouldn't hold my breath and waiting for those air routes to reopen.
Absolutely. Lise, when it comes to any off-ramp negotiations, Donald Trump saying today it's too late for talks. The Iranians also ruling that out. Where do you think we are? Is there a lot more to go before we ever get back to talking about talks?
I think now that they're in, they're going to go all in. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after the leadership structures. They're going after the bases of the Basiji, the volunteer militia, the elite revolutionary guard corps. I can't imagine Prime Minister Netanyahu will want to keep President Trump to hold its nerve even as the voices of concern rise. What we don't know is just how strongly the voices of his really crucial Arab allies like Qatar, like Saudi Arabia, are saying to him about the course of this war. They're accusing Iran of being reckless. Do they think, well, maybe we'd be better off with a different kind of leadership in Iran? But there's always a moment in war, an unpredictable moment, where you think, that's it.
Yes.
So the outcry is, although having said that, we waited and waited for that moment in the Gaza war, and it never came.
You're absolutely right. From the Iranian perspective, of course, one of the theories is that they looked at the 12-day war where they paused, and actually that was a strategic mistake. That was seen, they thought, in Washington as a sign of weakness, and they have ripped up that strategy, and they're not going back there again. Hence, what you were saying, an entirely different strategy this time around.
Well, because President Trump was quite clear. The United States only struck 3 major nuclear sites last time, and he promptly said they were obliterated, which, of course, how do you square the circle when he's going after the nuclear program that he said was already obliterated? It was verified. And right after that, you'll remember, he said to Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's over, stop. This was the president still saying, I want to be the president who's remembered as being the president of peace. Now I think he wants to be remembered not as the president, but as the commander-in-chief who shaped a new Middle East. But right now, we don't know what the shape. The Middle East right now is being upended.
Param, I was reading a piece by Frank Gardner, our security correspondent, who said this has escalated faster than most people have predicted, but he thought that the conflict still had the capacity to get a lot worse in the coming days and weeks.
That's correct, because what happens is that many people thought that this regime would crumble and collapse after the leadership is taken out, but it has not happened. So what Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said was that the military commanders and the military, they are working in a mosaic style kind of way. So some of them are not even in touch with one another. So they have received the instructions before the war began, and they're acting independently. They know where they have to target, so they're shooting missiles at different directions. And we have to remember, this is an existential threat for them. They know that if they do not resist, this can be the beginning of the end. But what happens is that if the Revolutionary Guard is going to collapse all the way and lay the arm as Donald Trump wanted them, or they're going to turn into a kind of insurgency group and start acting, and then the United States has to send boots on the ground, and then we're going to have another one of those long wars.
Of course, they're also battling with the use of drones in this particular war. Sumi, let me bring you back in, because the Washington Post reported that the mood in the Pentagon is intense and paranoid, worried about the fighting lasting weeks, which then puts stress on the limited air defense stockpiles, which are so vital with actually taking down so many of these drones, let alone the missiles.
Yeah, that's right. And that's something actually that the president addressed on Truth Social when he said that our stockpiles are in good shape. But he blamed the former president, Joe Biden, for giving so much of the U.S. weaponry to Ukraine, in his words, for free. But indeed, no one is at this point really sure how long this conflict will last from the U.S. perspective. And we are seeing the Pentagon say that they're continuing to surge more forces to the region, more resources to the region. How long that will be sustained is unclear. But certainly the President and the Defense Secretary have been clear that until those objectives are reached, they will be full out involved in this operation. And that will involve, of course, as many resources as the U.S. needs to put towards it. But of course, that will also mean that the U.S. will have to take up far more defensive positions as Iran continues to retaliate as well. So that is something that's going to be watched closely in the Pentagon.
Sumi, with the latest there from the White House, thanks very much. Thanks to Simon Jack, our business editor, and thanks here in the studio to Param Gubati and Lise Doucette, who've joined me over the next 30 minutes to answer so many of those questions. Do stay with BBC News. This is a very fluid story, the latest on the website.
You're watching BBC News Live as we continue our coverage of the US-Israeli war with Iran. As day 4 of this conflict begins to draw a close across the Middle East, it shows little sign of letting up and, in fact, appears to be escalating. We can show you these live pictures across the Middle East as the sun is setting there. Lots happening to bring you up to date on. Firstly, let's take a look at Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. Israel has continued to launch strikes across what it calls military targets here in Lebanon and Beirut, as well as Iran. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has said that they have been targeting the Shia group Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which has been in itself firing rockets and drones into Israeli cities, the northern city of Haifa. The group said it wanted to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Israel's military said it has struck several targets in the capital city of Beirut to target Hezbollah's officials and financial infrastructure. Now moving on elsewhere as well, Tehran, the Israeli military has been firing rockets across to Tehran as well, continuing to strike the Iranian regime's leadership compound. In a statement earlier on Telegram, the IDF said numerous munitions were dropped on the presidential office and the Supreme National Security Council. It adds that a military training institution and additional key regime infrastructure has also been hit. It's as we're hearing that the total death toll in Iran since Saturday, which was when this conflict began, has now risen to at least 787 people. That's according is warning of imminent missile and drone attacks over Dhahran, where its US consulate has been located. It's warned its citizens there, urging them to shelter in place. A similar message and one to leave if possible. Another message that the US government has sent to its citizens across the Middle East. And a warning has come from President Trump, who has posted recently on his social media platform, Truth Social. He, speaking of the Iranian regime, said that the air defense, air force, navy and leadership is gone. He added, "They want to talk." I said, "Too late." Now, in response, the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, Ali Bahraini, has cast doubt on any negotiations with the United States. For the time being, he says, "We are very doubtful about the usefulness of any negotiations." That's what he told reporters in Geneva earlier today. That was according to the Reuters news agency. And that follows US President Trump's Truth Social post, where he said Iran and its regime wanted to talk. He said it was too late to talk. As I say, you're watching BBC News Live as we continue to bring you this coverage from across the world and the Middle East on the US-Israeli war with Iran. day 4 drawing to a close on this conflict.
Live from Jordan, I'm Anna Foster.
And I'm Sumi Somaskanda, live from the White House. This is BBC News.
Israel attacks Tehran and Beirut as the conflict across the Middle East escalates. Iran's capital sees a new wave of strikes, including Mehrabad Airport. The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country since Saturday. Meanwhile, Iran continues to retaliate as explosions are heard across the region.
President Trump says it's too late for talks. His Secretary of State in Washington says the White House will intensify its attacks.
The hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
The UK government considers sending naval support to the Mediterranean to counter the Iranian drone threats. Travel uncertainty in the Gulf. Western governments work to offer evacuation flights for their nationals. We are live across the Middle East and will bring you the very latest this hour from across the region. Hello, you're watching BBC News. I'm Anna Foster. You join me live in the Jordanian capital, Amman. And in the escalating war with Iran, Israel has launched fresh strikes on Tehran and on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Israel has also sent ground troops into Lebanon to seize what it calls strategic areas, it says, to prevent attacks being launched at border communities.
But Iran is continuing to strike back by targeting a number of Gulf states across the region, including Bahrain and Qatar. And drones have struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia as well. President Trump saying today that Tehran wanted to talk, but it was, quote, too late.
The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country. In a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents in Beirut and in Tel Aviv. But first, Alison Freeman has the latest.
The strikes on Iran continue on what is now the 4th day of action by the US and Israel. The Iranian Red Crescent says the death toll there has reached almost 800. And as shown by these pictures released by the IDF, the offensive by the Israelis has also stepped up in Beirut to tackle the Iran-backed Hezbollah. This morning, the Israeli government announced it was sending troops in to take strategic areas. Iran has been striking back. This footage showing what appears to be Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha being intercepted. The streets of Riyadh are quieter due to the threat. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defense confirming that the US embassy there was attacked by 2 Iranian drones. And in Erbil, in northern Iraq, home to a US airbase, this footage from social media shows where a fragment of what's thought to be a drone tore through the roof of a residential building, landing in a family's apartment. The Americans say they're working through a list of military targets, filming their destruction of a missile launcher. And this satellite image shows an Iranian naval vessel on fire inside the sea wall in the port of Bandar Abbas. The US says there is still more action planned.
I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
Oil and gas prices have surged as Iran's retaliation across the Middle East continues. Ras Tanura, the Saudis' biggest oil refinery, was hit and forced to close. Around a fifth of the world's oil and gas pass through here, one of the world's most important shipping routes, the Strait of Hormuz. But an Iranian official has now warned that any ship who tries to pass through will be set on fire. The Iranians argue their retaliation is measured.
We target only the military objectives
of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interest of neighboring states under international law. Every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for act of aggression against another state.
There's also been a warning of an ongoing security threat at the UK's RAF base at Kritiri in Cyprus after 2 drones were intercepted there on Monday. The conflict is coming at a cost to the Israelis too. People gathered in Jerusalem to mourn the deaths of 3 teenagers, but the Israeli government says it has no choice.
After we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson. But they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America.
And the US government remains resolute about its continuing military action.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective.
For now, though, the conflict continues with no sign of a ceasefire. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, just in the last hour, an Iranian general has threatened to strike, in his words, all economic centers in the Middle East if the US-Israeli attacks on Iran persist. And that is how
สถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านยังคงเป็นที่จับตา โดยล่าสุดประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์แห่งสหรัฐอเมริกาและนายกรัฐมนตรีเยอรมนีได้ออกมาแถลงถึงสถานการณ์ดังกล่าวท่านผู้ชมสามารถรับชมการถ่ายทอดสดได้ทางช่องสถานีของเรา
Hezbollah in Lebanon, and also the realities on the ground. Overnight last night and again today there have been numerous airstrikes, particularly in the southern parts of Beirut, an area known as Dahia, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israel says it's not only targeting senior Hezbollah figures but also institutions, particularly financial institutions linked to Hezbollah, which Israel says the militant group, the Shia militant group, is using to finance terror operations and has been doing that for many years. Israel does seem to be determined to crush and defeat Hezbollah once and for all, perhaps not trusting the Lebanese government to uphold its part of the ceasefire deal and disarm Hezbollah. Of course, most people here in Lebanon are very angry that Hezbollah decided to retaliate for those attacks on Iran in the way it did by continuing to fire rockets and missiles into Israel. And the 2 other things that are happening now as a consequence of this continued action is that about 30,000 people have been internally displaced since the start of the attacks here 3 days ago. And of course, the Lebanese government is anticipating that the Israelis will start an incursion into southern Lebanon in the coming hours and days to try and stop those Hezbollah attacks against northern Israel. So a lot going on, but I think no sense here that this is a temporary measure. A lot of people here expect this fighting and these airstrikes to last for quite a few days.
นายวิลเลียมแห่งเฟดกล่าวว่าเป็นเรื่องยากที่จะเปรียบเทียบสถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านกับการบุกยูเครนของรัสเซียเนื่องจากยังไม่แน่ชัดว่าผลกระทบต่อราคาน้ำมันจะคงอยู่ยาวนานเพียงใดนายวิลเลียมส์จากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดกล่าวว่าสถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านอาจส่งผลกระทบต่อทั้ง2ด้านของพันธกิจของเฟดแต่สิ่งสำคัญคือสถานการณ์นี้จะส่งผลกระทบต่อแต่ละด้านมากน้อยเพียงใดคุณวิลเลียมส์กล่าวว่าเฟดจะต้องพิจารณาผลกระทบที่อาจเกิดขึ้นจากสถานการณ์ในอิหร่านต่อตลาดต่างประเทศและประเทศคู่ค้าแต่ยังเร็วเกินไปที่จะสรุปผลนายวิลเลียมส์จากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดกล่าวว่ายังเร็วเกินไปที่จะประเมินผลกระทบในวงกว้างที่ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านจะมีต่อเศรษฐกิจโลกคุณวิลเลียมส์กล่าวว่าผลการวิจัยเกี่ยวกับภาษีนำเข้ามีความสอดคล้องกันในทุกการศึกษาและมีความสำคัญต่อความเข้าใจของธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาต่อประเด็นนี้
President Trump, from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a clear plan, a clear objectives for this conflict. We've heard from President Trump yesterday, who said that this conflict could last
5 weeks. The indications from Israeli officials is that this could be a prolonged conflict. They've been talking about regime change in Iran, and we're not seeing any kind of off-ramp in this conflict, any kind of opportunity to see a de-escalation in this conflict.
That is Hugo Bashega in Tel Aviv. Well, de-escalation is certainly what people are hoping for, but we've seen in Tehran in the last few hours a new wave of attacks. And where I am in the Jordanian capital, Amman, just over my shoulder is the US Embassy. Now, last night that was temporarily evacuated because of a drone threat from Iran. In Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, there was actually a drone which hit the US Embassy there. It caused minor damage, but it really shows how particularly Gulf countries are now being drawn into this. The theory is that Iran is trying to put pressure on them, who will then put pressure on the US to try and bring this military operation to a close. But what is happening at the moment is that this war is only growing and spiraling, and people are hoping that there is some sort of diplomatic solution to this. We know that Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor, is going to be meeting President Trump in the White House very soon. We know that conversations are happening across international capitals. It is a fast-moving, fast-developing story, and we're following every moment of it for you around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News. The latest from right across the Middle East region. Let's head to the Turkey-Iran border, the Kapikoy crossing. Our correspondent James Waterhouse is there. James, people entering Iran, people leaving. What are they saying to you?
It's a real mixture, Anna. Of course, as you know, borders are symbolised by those coming and going in times of war. It is the people, as ever, who suffer. We've come across Iranians leaving what they describe as terrifying bombardments from cities like Tehran. They've made either a long drive or a train ride north for safety. They were told by the authorities, they say, before
กองทุนการเงินระหว่างประเทศหรือ IMF เปิดเผยว่าก่อนเกิดสงครามในอิหร่านเศรษฐกิจโลกมีแนวโน้มที่จะเติบโตในอัตราที่แข็งแกร่ง
described in vivid detail, seeing dozens of his friends killed, and he said, look, of course we know the risks of demonstrating, but if it means a change in government, we're willing to risk our lives. But he was skeptical as to whether the fashion in which Israel and the US are trying to topple the leadership.
รองกรรมการผู้จัดการกองทุนการเงินระหว่างประเทศหรือ IMFคุณแคสกล่าวว่าสงครามในอิหร่านอาจส่งผลกระทบอย่างมากต่อตัวชี้วัดต่างๆทั่วโลกรวมถึงอัตราเงินเฟ้อและการเติบโตทางเศรษฐกิจ
and not least with the military intervention we have seen. So it really is a mixed bag. It's been a trickle in both directions and really quite testing conditions. This is an extremely mountainous, snowy area at this time of year. But from what we understand, in contrary to previous reports, there aren't restrictions on Iranians leaving. They can leave with their passport. But of course, the fundamental question is where they go after that. But it is not as simple. That is the picture you get here of either being anti-regime and pro-US or Israel. There are many who aren't fans of the government here but take real issue with the extraordinary aerial bombardments we are seeing across Iran, and the hope is that it really is about regime change. But at the moment, the more the language shifts to taking out Iranian nuclear capabilities and rocket launch systems, I think the fear here is it becomes less about the people at the heart of it.
James Waterhouse on the Turkey-Iran border. Thank you for joining us. We'll bring you some news now. We've heard the UK Ministry of Defence has been looking at what it can send to the region, particularly around Cyprus and around RAF Akrotiri, the British base there. Now, we've just been told that the UK is planning to send helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the region. Also, HMS Dragon is to be deployed as well to the region. Again, the suggestion earlier today was that that was going to happen to protect British military interests. There's been a lot of focus on RAF Akrotiri, that base on Cyprus, that base that was the target of an Iranian drone attack not long after the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer confirmed that the UK would allow its bases in the UK and on Diego Garcia to be used by US planes to launch attacks on Iran. And shortly after, we saw that drone attack on RAF Akrotiri. Well, just to confirm that breaking news that has just been confirmed in the last few moments, the UK will send helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the Middle East. HMS Dragon will be deployed to the region. Sir Keir Starmer saying that the UK is fully committed to the security of Cyprus and of the British military personnel based there. Well, that is the very latest news. Looking to the US, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio have indicated that Operation Epic Fury, as the US have called it, could become even more intense. So that breaking news we were just reflecting on certainly suggests that as well. Sumi Somaskanda is outside the White House. Sumi, you've been talking a lot over the last few days, really trying to analyse the messaging that is coming from the very top of the US administration. Is it any clearer what they really want to achieve in practical terms in Iran?
Not necessarily, Anna. Certainly the administration says that they've been very clear in what their objectives are and what their justification has been for the U.S. attacking Iran, together with Israel, of course. But what we have heard is an array of explanations that together don't yet give us a clear picture of what that objective is. Now, the president has said that it was Iran's ballistic missile program, its ability to develop a nuclear weapon, and its ability to strike at U.S. interests and assets in the region. We heard that from the defense secretary as well. We heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that it was tied to Israel launching an attack on Iran. And then in looking at reprisals on U.S. assets in the region, that was why they needed to strike Iran preemptively to ensure that there wouldn't be more casualties. And I just want to bring everyone up to date as we're here at the White House. The chancellor, German chancellor, is now in the White House, we understand. He's just arrived at a side entrance past us. He didn't arrive in the main driveway behind us, but has now entered in a side entrance. So we are expecting the possibility that President Trump might be taking some questions from the media and also the German chancellor as well. And this, of course, as you've been mentioning, Anna, the UK has been talking about its interest in the region. Germany has talked about defensive position in the region. And these will be questions that he will have to answer as well from President Trump. But let's talk about Europe's role and NATO allies' role in this with Kay Bailey Hutchinson. She's a former U.S. ambassador to NATO, and she's joining us down the line. Ambassador, very good to see you as always. What do you make of what Europe has said to this point about its involvement in supporting the U.S., and what do you think President Trump is going to expect?
I think the Europeans, certainly starting with the NATO Secretary General Rutte, said that they totally understand.
นางแคสรองกรรมการผู้จัดการกองทุนการเงินระหว่างประเทศหรือ IMF กล่าวว่าหากความไม่แน่นอนจากสงครามยังคงยืดเยื้อออกไปคาดว่าธนาคารกลางต่างๆจะระมัดระวังในการดำเนินนโยบาย
Because all of us have citizens that are in those regions that are now being displaced, and So I think they're coming around. It was a shock, of course. It was a shock to everyone this weekend, but I think they're coming around and seeing that it is in all of our interests to see this through and hopefully have a better result, both with the negotiations on nuclear and also longer range missiles, and as well as the very important part of the people of Iran.
Ambassador, do you think a better result, as you called it, can be expected? At this point, we understand no negotiations are taking place, and Iran is, of course, retaliating across the region.
Well, I think Iran is retaliating in the very most inappropriate way. I think they're making now all of their neighbors also their adversaries. And I think it is a time when, yes, we can see something better. Iran is going to have to come back to the negotiating table. And what the reason for doing all of this is because they wouldn't agree to anything, not to do any more of the nuclear testing, the uranium. Uh, the long-range missiles were being built and the launchers. And furthermore, they were saying that they were going to be in this fight and had no intention of treating their people better, but also making the agreement with all of us who would be in a missile range with their apparatus that they were building. They had no interest in anything that would allow inspectors in to see what they were doing.
Okay, Ambassador, great to get your analysis, as always, on this story. Thank you so much for joining us. And let's bring in Jonathan Beale, our defense correspondent. He's in our studio in London. Jonathan, great to speak with you. Give us your thoughts on this latest news on the UK deployment to the region.
Yeah, to be honest, I think a lot of people will be scratching their heads and ask why this didn't happen sooner. But we now know from the Prime Minister, who's sent out a post on social media saying that HMS Dragon, which is a Type 45 destroyer, an air defense destroyer, will be sent to the region. In that message, Sir Keir Starmer also makes clear that this is reassurance for Cyprus. Now, this British military base in Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri, does ruffle feathers in Cyprus. I know when I've covered campaigns that the RAF have carried out against ISIS, launching strikes from there, there was some unease in Cyprus that Cyprus could become a target. We've heard similar things about that now with this US-led operation.
สำนักข่าว Axios รายงานว่าสหรัฐอาหรับเอมิเรตส์กำลังพิจารณาโจมตีฐานยิงขีปนาวุธของอิหร่านเนื่องจากสถานการณ์สงครามในภูมิภาคขยายวงกว้างขึ้น
The logic here is that HMS Dragon, it's a ship I've been on. I was on board during its operations in the Red Sea when it was there to protect shipping against the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen who were firing missiles and drones. It took down a ballistic missile. It took down a number of drones. So this is a ship whose crew have experience of dealing with the threats that they may face, and that certainly we've seen a drone going into the runway at RAF Akrotiri in the last few days. So they are people who will be experienced in dealing with this threat, and I think it certainly gives reassurance, or I think the Prime Minister hopes it will give reassurance to the people of Cyprus as well.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much for that assessment. Really interesting there, as we heard that breaking news at this hour on the UK deployment, again, in defensive capacity. I just want to remind our viewers, we are, of course, waiting for President Trump. We understand he is going to be speaking to press shortly. The German Chancellor is here for talks with the president, and we could be seeing them any moment now. So just a note to our viewers, we might be listening into that. But let's bring in U.S. Ambassador David Satterfield, who recently served as a special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues under Joe Biden. Ambassador
ค่าระหว่างเรือบรรทุกน้ำมันขนาดใหญ่ทำสถิติสูงสุดใหม่ที่ $481,000 ต่อวัน
Do you think that it adds up with a legitimate legitimate threat, an immediate threat to the U.S.?
With respect to the Iranian ballistic missile program and the nuclear enrichment program, absolutely it does. They are enduring threats. The capacity of Iran to challenge its neighbors, threaten the peace of the region, is demonstrated. It's not a theoretical proposition. And to the extent that military action, the action underway, is significantly mitigating those two threats, nuclear enrichment and the ballistic missile program, those are achievable goals. The goal of regime change is a much more difficult one to achieve. As Prime Minister Starmer has said, there are very few instances, if any, in history of a standoff offensive which produces enduring regime change. And I think that is likely to be in the case of Iran as well. But let's look at what Iran is doing now. They've adopted a strategy of expanding the price, the pain of this campaign to the Gulf states, as well as to the global consuming community for gas and oil. The tactic being adopted here is to gamble, if you are Tehran, that the ability of Israel, the U.S., and other partners to materially diminish the ability of Iran to threaten, not through missiles, but through drones, will outweigh in terms of time or outpace in terms of time Iran's ability to constrain through pressure on the Gulf and indirectly pressure on the U.S. economically to come to a close.
So does that mean, Ambassador, that the president's time frame that he's laid out so far, he said 4 to 5 weeks, that could be, in a way, a miscalculation if Iran is able, not only through its ballistic missile program, but also through drones, to continue to retaliate?
I can't comment on the origins of the president's 4 to 5 week declaration. We've heard many things from many different administration spokespersons. I'm looking at the practical consequences. It is not going to be acceptable for a 3, 4, 5-week period of suspension of all movements of gas and oil out of the Gulf. Not acceptable for Europe, not acceptable for South and Southeast Asia, or the rest of the consuming world. The U.S. is in a bit of a very different situation here, of course, because of our own production levels.
กระทรวงการต่างประเทศของกาตาร์ได้ออกมาปฏิเสธรายงานข่าวจากสื่ออิสราเอลที่ว่ากาตาร์ได้โจมตีภายในอิหร่าน
Further devastation of the nuclear enrichment program.
ในคาซัค จากธนาคารกลางยุโรปหรือ ECB กล่าวว่าสถานการณ์ความตึงเครียดในอิหร่านส่งผลกระทบต่อเศรษฐกิจใน2 ทิศทางซึ่งต้องติดตามว่าปัจจัยใดจะมีอิทธิพลมากกว่ากันสถานการณ์สงครามในอิหร่านเข้าสู่วันที่ 4 แล้วโดยที่ยังไม่มีสัญญาณของการคลี่คลายส่งผลให้ตลาดหุ้นและตลาดพันธบัตรปรับตัวลดลงเพิ่มเติมท่ามกลางความกังวลเกี่ยวกับผลกระทบต่อตลาดพลังงานในระยะยาวและภาวะเงินเฟ้อที่อาจสูงขึ้นกองทัพสหรัฐอเมริการายงานว่าได้ทำการโจมตีเป้าหมายในอิหร่านไปแล้วกว่า 1,700 ครั้งนับตั้งแต่เริ่มปฏิบัติการเมื่อวันเสาร์ที่ผ่านมา กองทัพสหรัฐอเมริการายงานว่าได้ทำการโจมตีในอิหร่านไปแล้วกว่า 1,700 ครั้งนับตั้งแต่เริ่มปฏิบัติการเมื่อวันเสาร์ที่ผ่านม กลุ่มเฮซบอลเลาะห์ยิงขีปนาวุธหลายลูกโจมตีฐานทัพของกองทัพอิสราเอลสำนักข่าวทาสรายงานว่ารัฐมนตรีต่างประเทศรัสเซียนายลาฟรอฟได้หารือทางโทรศัพท์กับรัฐมนตรีต่างประเทศอิหร่านสถานการณ์สงครามในอิหร่านที่ยังไม่มีทีท่าว่าจะคลี่คลายส่งผลให้ตลาดหุ้นปรับตัวลดลงและตลาดพันธบัตรยังคงเผชิญภาวะขาดทุนต่อเนื่องท่ามกลางความกังวลเกี่ยวกับผลกระทบต่อตลาดพลังงานและภาวะเงินเฟ้อที่อาจสูงขึ้นโดยราคาน้ำมันดิบเบรนท์ปรับตัวขึ้นไปแต่ระดับ$85อเมริกาต่อบาร์เรลในช่วงสั้นๆ นายแคชการีจากเฟดกล่าวว่าเร็วเกินไปที่จะบอกว่าสงครามในอิหร่านจะส่งผลกระทบต่อภาวะเงินเฟ้ออย่างไรเจ้าหน้าที่ระดับสูงของกองกำลังพิทักษ์ปฏิวัติอิหร่านกล่าวว่าหากศูนย์กลางหลักของอิหร่านถูกโจมตีอิหร่านจะตอบโต้ด้วยการโจมตีศูนย์กลางทางเศรษฐกิจทั้งหมดในภูมิภาคนายแคชการีจากเฟดกล่าวว่าสงครามในอิหร่านอาจส่งผลกระทบต่อนโยบายการเงินได้
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while in some very interesting times, and we get along. Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other, and the Chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very successful man, became the Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal, and he's doing a very good job. In my opinion, a great job, very popular, and the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be
อดีตประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์เปิดเผยว่าเขาและนายเมิร์สผู้นำจากเยอรมนีจะหารือเกี่ยวกับสถานการณ์ในอิหร่านนายแคชการีจากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดกล่าวว่าเฟดจำเป็นต้องประเมินผลกระทบจากสถานการณ์ในอิหร่านว่าจะมีขอบเขตกว้างขวางและยาวนานเพียงใดทรัมป์กล่าวว่าทุกสิ่งทุกอย่างในอิหร่านถูกทำลายไปหมดแล้ว
And those I know will work out too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office. The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places too. And I look forward to being with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away, and we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible, but Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests, and, well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
for
your hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's right.
Very, very
good.
Comfortable place.
Hope you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place. And a famous place.
That's good. Very famous.
So many former presidents.
That's right. Yeah. Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first.
เมื่อถูกถามว่าอิสราเอลบีบให้สหรัฐอเมริกาต้องตอบโต้อิหร่านหรือไม่ทรัมป์ตอบว่าไม่
Great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าเขารู้สึกอย่างยิ่งว่าอิหร่านจะโจมตีก่อนและเขาอาจจะบีบให้อิสราเอลลงมือก่อน
Virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them.
นายกรัฐมนตรีเยอรมนีเมอร์สกล่าวถึงสถานการณ์ในอิหร่านว่าเยอรมนีและพันธมิตรมีความเห็นพ้องกันในการกำจัดรัฐบาลที่เลวร้ายในอิหร่านประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวเป็นในว่าอิหร่านอาจตัดสินใจโจมตีหากพิจารณาจากการเจรจาที่ผ่านมา
where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership, and it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect.
อดีตประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่ามีชาวอิหร่านจำนวนมากที่กำลังร้องขอความคุ้มกันทรัมป์กล่าวว่าวันนี้มีการโจมตีเกิดขึ้นอีกครั้งต่อคณะผู้นำชุดใหม่
Midnight Hammer was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
นายแคชการีจากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดกล่าวว่าก่อนเหตุการณ์โจมตีอิหร่านสถานการณ์ด้านการจ้างงานและอัตราเงินเฟ้อที่เฟดดูแลอยู่นั้นดูมีเสถียรภาพมากกว่านี้
They won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers, we're hitting all of their missile stock. You know, they built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them, they've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So I'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also.
ทรัมป์กล่าวว่าสถานการณ์ที่เลวร้ายที่สุดคือการที่เราโจมตีอิหร่านและมีใครบางคนเข้ามายึดครองซึ่งแย่พอๆกับคนก่อนเราอยากเห็นใครสักคนที่เข้ามาดีกว่าเดิม
Very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
Crown Prince
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าเราคงต้องรอดูสถานการณ์ในอิหร่านแต่สิ่งแรกที่ต้องทำคือจัดการเรื่องกองทัพให้เรียบร้อยเสียก่อน
It would seem to me that somebody that's currently popular, if there's such a person, but we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President?
Not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the...
ทรัมป์กล่าวว่าอาจจะมีคนจากภายในประเทศเหมาะสมที่จะเป็นผู้นำอิหร่านมากกว่า
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't, and I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great; he's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าเยอรมนีให้ความร่วมมือเป็นอย่างดีในประเด็นอิหร่าน
Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing, and everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody, and Spain didn't do it, and now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าเขาได้สั่งการให้เบสเซนต์ยุติการติดต่อทั้งหมดกับสเปนหลังจากท่าทีของสเปนต่อเหตุการณ์ในอิหร่าน
And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์ประกาศว่าสหรัฐอเมริกาเตรียมจะตัดความสัมพันธ์ทางการค้าทั้งหมดกับสเปน
For whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him, and it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์ประกาศว่าสหรัฐอเมริกาจะระงับการค้าทั้งหมดกับสเปนและไม่พอใจกับสหราชอาณาจักรเช่นกัน
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular now, with this.
นายแคชการีจากธนาคารกลางสหรัฐอเมริกาหรือเฟดกล่าวว่าสถานการณ์เงินเฟ้อกำลังเป็นไปในทิศทางที่ถูกต้องจนกระทั่งเกิดสงครามในอิหร่าน
Sitting on my right, that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan? And will you...
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าไม่มีแผนการอพยพสถานทูตเนื่องจากสถานการณ์เกิดขึ้นอย่างรวดเร็ว
But I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden.
ทรัมป์กล่าวว่าเขาคิดว่าอิหร่านจะโจมตีสหรัฐอเมริกา
As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high-end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high-end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition or munitions, as they say, we're given away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy and also with the Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible. And we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah. Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and was Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers, that's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President.
Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US?
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US. How do you want to solve
And US and who?
EU. European Union.
How do you want to
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs. And tariffs have made our country very rich. we have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they have.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์คาดการณ์ว่าราคาน้ำมันจะปรับตัวลดลงทันทีที่การดำเนินการใดๆที่เกี่ยวข้องกับอิหร่านสิ้นสุดลง
We have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with. Nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าเขามีสิทธิ์ที่จะระงับทุกสิ่งที่เกี่ยวข้องกับสเปน
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible.
ทางด้านรัฐมนตรีคลังสหรัฐอเมริกาเบสเซนต์กล่าวว่าศาลฎีกาได้ยืนยันอำนาจของประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์ในการบังคับใช้มาตรการคว่ำบาตร
And for some reason, I think, very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country. Right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าขณะนี้มีระยะเวลา5 เดือนที่อัตราภาษีอยู่ที่ร้อยละ 15
Different tariffs on different countries. You want to talk about that first?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Bessent talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่ารัฐบาลกำลังศึกษาผลกระทบต่างๆที่อาจเกิดขึ้นจากการเรียกเก็บภาษีนำเข้า
They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of the EU will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority, they want to make the same deal, and we'd like to see. Actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal, and so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
For Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does this war mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, whom would you?
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าทุกประเทศต่างต้องการที่จะรักษาสัญญาที่พวกเขามีอยู่แล้วในปัจจุบัน
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China and
She likes you.
in China.
I don't know.
Will you be talking about China
We'll be talking about China, yeah.
Sure. And what about you?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000. I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าในอดีตสหรัฐอเมริกาเคยขาดดุลการค้ากับจีนเป็นจำนวนมากแต่สถานการณ์ดังกล่าวได้เปลี่ยนแปลงไปแล้ว
And the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar. They've hit UAE. They've hit Saudi Arabia. They've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit. Because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them. So much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh, no, it's another, protest. I see my and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally. My pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they had thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but, and you've been able to see that too. The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. Do you remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. It was two of them, loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling. Big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash. In addition to that, he was giving them billions of dollars, but worse, he was giving them the right to have the path to a nuclear weapon. And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy, just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about one or two more? Go ahead, please.
Chancellor Merz, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to, Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security that we all have to comply.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าสเปนและสหราชอาณาจักรให้ความร่วมมือน้อยมาก
Spain has been very, very uncooperative, and so has UK. Now the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So very places that you sort of automatically very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number two, illegal immigration.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่าสหราชอาณาจักรให้ความร่วมมือน้อยในประเด็นหมู่เกาะชากอส
Parts of the European Union have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration was, look, you have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. But you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Merz.
Yeah.
You've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
So as I said in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime, and we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy. What is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region, and we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do, and this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่ายูเครนเป็นหนึ่งในประเทศที่อยู่ในลำดับความสำคัญต้นๆของเขา
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that I thought it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars.
ประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กล่าวว่ายูเครนเป็นเรื่องที่อยู่ในลำดับความสำคัญต้นๆของเขา
Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen. Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much because it's very far away, but last week, last week and for the last 4 weeks actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And I'd love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best. It takes 2 to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact. It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border. That wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well. And I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries. Because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
ทรัมป์กล่าวสรุปจบการแถลงที่ทำเนียบขาว
Each other a lot. That has an impact, It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border. That wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well. And I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries. Because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, the President concluding there with comments on Iran and much of what we heard in the last half an hour. Discussions about the war in Iran that's overshadowed Chancellor Merz's visit there to have been long planned to the White House. But Donald Trump saying on Iran that they have no navy, no air force, no radar. It had all been knocked out. He said they were doing very well. There was just brief comments on tariffs on Ukraine. He explained why the strikes were made. He said we were having negotiations with these lunatics. We attacked because if we didn't, they would have attacked first. He was asked why There was no evacuation plan for millions of Americans in the region. He said things had happened very fast, and on oil prices, he said he expected it to go up for a little while, but then come down. We'll be talking to the former military strategist Mikey Kay here in the studio in a moment or two. Sumi Somaskanda is still there live at the White House. Sumi, to you first of all, because he said at one stage that I might have forced Israel's hand on these strikes, and that is a direct contradiction from what his Secretary of State said only last night about what prompted these attacks.
That's right, Matthew. Remember that a lot of eyebrows were raised here in Washington yesterday when the Secretary of State said it appeared that Israel was going to attack Iran, and that's why the U.S. had to attack first to ensure that any reprisals from Iran didn't strike U.S. targets, assets in the region. Well, that's the opposite of what President Trump said today, just now in the Oval Office, when he said we had to strike and we forced Israel's hand. And that he believed, as he said, he believed that Iran was going to attack first. Now, that is critical, Matthew, because we know that members of Congress in particular are asking for specific intelligence that the U.S. would have had as to any sort of Iranian strike against the U.S., against U.S. targets in the region. And with the president saying that, we know, of course, that there are briefings going to be happening today in Congress. We know that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be there. He will be asked about what we heard President Trump just say right there, which is, in his words, they were going to attack first. I might have forced Israel's hand. Now, he did go on to, point out many of the other aspects of this conflict that he also wanted to bring up, which is, of course, the Iran nuclear program, the ballistic missiles, and also the fact that Iran has cracked down so brutally on so many protesters. He said that up to 35,000 protesters were killed, and he said some of that information will be coming out in the coming days. But really, his core justification there again, Matthew, was that point that we had to strike Iran because they were going to strike us. We haven't seen what that is based on just yet, but the president certainly will be pressed on that going forward.
Sumi, I'll be back to you in a moment, but I want to go straight to Westminster because, as we were hearing there, Donald Trump, again, another salvo aimed at Keir Starmer. He said that he was not happy with the UK. Keir Starmer was no Winston Churchill. Ben Wright is our correspondent there at Westminster. And Ben, I hope you can hear me, but your assessment of another salvo coming from the US president.
I mean, what we used to call the special relationship has never looked less so, or at least not in recent years. The increasingly fractious, difficult relationship between the US and London on full display here. President very angry, both about the Chagos Island deal, which he has sort of blown hot and cold about now for many months, but he's here in this press conference once again made it clear he thinks it's a terrible deal. But specifically, it's the question of why of the UK's decision not to grant the US permission to use Diego Garcia, the US-UK joint base in the Chagos Islands, to launch bombing raids in those first attacks on Iran back on Saturday. Now, we know the Prime Minister's reasoning. He spelt it out very clearly in the House of Commons yesterday. He doesn't think that this Israeli-US effort is lawful. He doesn't think there is a plan underpinning it. He didn't want the UK to have any part in it. Of course, 24 hours later or so, he said that the base could be used for defensive action against Iranian missile depots and launchers to protect UK interests and assets in the Gulf region. But the president clearly not happy with Sir Keir Starmer, saying this is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Ben, I'll be back to you in a short while, but I want to bring into the conversation Lord Tim Darroch, who was the UK's ambassador to the US during Donald Trump's first term. Tim Darroch, welcome here to the programme. Well, you were listening, I know. Where do you think this leaves the special relationship?
Well, it's a good question. And obviously, the Trump comments about the Prime Minister were pretty brutal, and there's obviously a serious rift there now
the advice be at this stage?
Well, I wouldn't be starting here if it was the easy answer, but I think you have to stay calm. You have to basically just shrug away the sort of things Trump has just said at the height of his sort of anger. And by the way, there were some quite defensive notes in that press conference he just gave. I mean, he's clearly a bit worried about the oil price. He says it'll go up soon. And I think he must be worried about what his exit strategy is, what his exit ramp is from this, because we all of us speculated beforehand that if the attack happened, you might get retaliation against Western bases in the Gulf. You might get retaliation against Western allies, our Gulf friends. You might get action in the Straits of Hormuz. Well, actually getting all of the above and more, and it's expanding very fast. And I wonder if he really anticipated how this is going. So, do all the business we need to do at working level, military to military, intelligence to intelligence, foreign secretary to his counterpart. Somewhere down the track, quite soon, I would say, to have a phone call with Trump and just see if you can talk through what he intends to do next and see if you can mend some fences. But you can't rewrite what has happened. You've just got to get past it.
In terms of answering the question, how long does this war last? Part of the answer is it depends on what the strategy is, what the objective is. Can you, from the various positions adopted by different members of this administration, is it clear to you what the ultimate objective is?
It never has been, and at various times they've talked about punishing the Iranians for the massacre of Iranian demonstrators and trying to stop them doing it again. They've talked about the Iranian nuclear program, despite the fact it was supposedly obliterated back last June. They've talked about the missile program. They've talked about regime change. I myself think that regime change is the major objective lying behind this. But I'm afraid Keir Starmer has a point when he says it's very hard to deliver regime change from 30,000 feet. And both the Revolutionary Guard, they have a process for replacing the people that were lost in the first round of attacks. There is a sort of committee of clerics that's going to choose the candidates to succeed the great leader. So I think the Iranians will actually replace and regenerate this regime and the military force behind it quite quickly. And I don't see an overthrow of this regime coming soon. I wish it were otherwise. I would hats off to Trump if he could deliver regime change, but I kind of doubt it, I'm afraid.
สถานีโทรทัศน์ CBS รายงานว่ากองทัพสหรัฐอเมริกากำลังใช้ระบบคลอสของบริษัทแอนโทรปิกในสงครามอิหร่าน
because of two reasons. One, the course of action and the legality of those strikes, but also everything we've seen in the last 12 months, the erosion of basic alliances, the threats to Greenland, the way he's treated Ukraine and European alliances.
Well, all of that stuff is backed up in system, you're right, and there's a certain lack of
รัฐมนตรีคลังของอังกฤษรีฟส์กล่าวว่าสหราชอาณาจักรจะไม่ตัดสินใจเกี่ยวกับอิหร่านโดยอิงจากความสัมพันธ์ทางการค้ากับสหรัฐอเมริกาอิสราเอลออกคำเตือนถึงตัวแทนของรัฐบาลอิหร่านในเลบานอน
briefed later today by senior officials about the conflict, and will have many questions about the administration's ever-evolving rationale for starting this war and about how it may end. Sarah Smith, BBC News, Washington.
Well, Chris Mason is live at Westminster for us now. One can only imagine, Chris, what Sir Keir Starmer feels deep down about these comments. Has there been any response so far?
Well, Downing Street Clive are resisting the temptation to dash in front of the cameras. That has always been their strategy when there has been flare-ups from President Trump, an attempt to try and calm things down. Folk that I speak to in government are emphasising what Keir Starmer said yesterday, with that emphasis on what he sees as the British national interest. There's a reference to where British public opinion appears to be. A poll yesterday suggesting that there is a significant proportion of people in the country who do not support the actions of President Trump in the Gulf. But let's be absolutely clear, this is the stickiest moment yet in the relationship between the Prime Minister and the President. As I say, so much has been invested by Downing Street, by Keir Starmer, into having a functioning relationship with a very different president, a very different president by any historical comparison, but also a very different personality and politician from Keir Starmer, the former human rights lawyer and the real estate magnate and reality TV star. It was always going to be an awkward political relationship. There's been flashpoints before, including in the last couple of months over remarks the President made about British troops in Afghanistan. But this particular decision from Keir Starmer has really irked the President, that is clear, because the Prime Minister said no. He said no to using the runways in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, and also to the one at the RAF base in Gloucestershire. So it had a direct impact on the operational decisions the White House and the US military were making. Now, the President is conflating two things. The whole question about the future of the base in Diego Garcia and the particular decision the Prime Minister took on authorising the use of that runway. But nonetheless, the anger is real, and the patch-up job quite significant, one suspects, from Downing Street's perspective. Quite the moment.
Chris, thank you for that. Chris Mason, our political editor, live at Westminster. Well, back here in the Middle East, there has been no let-up in the fighting, with more airstrikes and military action around the region. Israel continues to hit targets across Iran, including the leadership compound and other government buildings in the capital. To the south of Tehran, satellite images show damage at a nuclear site in Natanz. Israel is now fighting on two fronts, with more strikes on Beirut and an order for ground forces already patrolling a buffer zone just inside the border with Lebanon to extend their presence as a guard against strikes by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which has launched missiles across the frontier. Iran itself has also been targeting Israel once again, including here in Tel Aviv, as we've heard explosions just behind us overhead, and the air raid sirens went off just before we came on air. Those explosions were the result of drones and missiles being intercepted. There have been other Iranian strikes across the
missiles and aircraft. We cannot reach their territory, but we can reach their bases. I think those bases are legitimate targets.
Lebanon is becoming an increasingly intense theatre of this war. Overnight, Iran's ally, Hezbollah, hit back at Israel. And during the day, Israel has launched a series of air attacks on the southern suburbs of Beirut, a stronghold of Hezbollah. Israel has made a series of threats, not for the first time, to finish off Hezbollah once and for all. Lebanon and its long-suffering citizens have been dragged into another war that most people in their battered country do not want. Further south, close to the border with Israel, Tyre is under heavy fire. Israel has already told citizens in dozens of villages near the city in southern Lebanon to get out of their homes, a sign they have plans for a big military push. In Israel, the Prime Minister and the military top brass visited troops at an air base, filmed by the Israeli military who blurred their faces, and Mr. Netanyahu issued another warning.
Our pilots are over the skies of Iran and Tehran, as well as over the skies of Lebanon. Hezbollah made a very grave mistake when it attacked us.
The IDF has mobilized reservists and is moving forces up to the border. In 4 days, the war has spread to Gulf Arab countries and now to Lebanon. War moves fast in the Middle East because it's the world's most turbulent region and now even more dangerous. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
The latest on the active front lines there. Well, the Navy warship HMS Dragon will soon be on its way to Cyprus. What do we know about its capabilities? Here's Jonathan Beale.
HMS Dragon today being readied in Portsmouth, one of the Royal Navy's most advanced air defence destroyers. The Prime Minister said it'll soon be on its way to the Mediterranean to help defend the island of Cyprus from Iranian drones and missiles. The Royal Navy's Type 45 destroyers already have experience of similar missions. In 2024, her sister ship, HMS Diamond, helped defend international shipping in the Red Sea from Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. The BBC was the only media on board for that mission.
Firebomb 293 at 165 knots to work.
We witnessed the moment when an Iranian-supplied Houthi ballistic missile was launched.
Air threats warning, red, air threat warning, red. Missile inbound for the ship.
On this occasion, it was well out of range. But Diamond did successfully shoot down a ballistic missile as well as a number of Iranian-supplied drones, and had the marks to prove it. RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus has already been targeted by Iranian drones, one landing on the runway. Security's been stepped up with additional jets, but more is on its way, including helicopters with air-to-air missiles, as well as HMS Dragon. But given tensions have been rising for months, there'll be questions as to why this didn't happen sooner. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
Well, HMS Dragon's primary aim will be to protect military personnel based in Cyprus. And we're hearing that in the last 24 hours, RAF F-35 jets flying over Jordan have shot down an Iranian drone. Jess Parker is outside RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus for us now. Jess, a measure of reassurance for the folks on the base.
Yes, and as I speak to you, Clive, jets have been flying noisily over our heads here. We are just outside the RAF Akrotiri base, the base that was struck by a drone on Sunday night. The damage, we're told, was minimal, but the repercussions have been significant. First of all, in terms of Cyprus, it is a country that is keen to stress it has no wider involvement or involvement in the wider conflict, and as well that it doesn't believe it was the target in the case of this drone attack. But it's clearly feeling exposed, so it's asked for help from other European nations, among them Greece, which is sending fighter jets, it's sending frigates. And now, of course, we've heard that the United Kingdom is going to send a warship and helicopters with counter-drone capabilities. Now, it has not been confirmed where the drone that struck this British base came from. The Cypriot government say there are indications that the Iranian-backed Hezbollah
bases it has here in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. But clearly this base has been targeted. Now military assets are being rushed here. And I think both Cyprus, an EU country, and the United Kingdom really want to avoid drone incursions and any casualties that could risk drawing it further into an escalating conflict.
Jess, thank you for that. Jess Parker there outside RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. Well, Iranians trying to flee the bombing from Israel and America have been crossing into Turkey to escape what's going on. James Waterhouse is on the Turkish border with Iran in the town of Kapikoy. James, what are people telling you there?
Well, it's interesting, Clive. I mean, this is a very difficult route for people to take. It is a cold here that just sticks to you. We're at around 3,200 meters altitude, and the picture is more nuanced than simply being an Iranian who is pro-regime or pro the method of attack by Israel and the US. We met one woman who was hopeful that there would indeed be a regime change. She said she had never seen the leadership so weak, and she was hopeful that other international allies would come to Iran's aid. We met a man who moved back to Iran in the new year to take part in those demonstrations where thousands were reportedly killed by masked members of the security forces. He said, yes, we want change. We know the risks of demonstrating against it. And he said it was a difficult question to answer about what future Iran had. But he also questioned the merits of launching airstrikes in this way from both Israel and the US. We've also seen Iranians go the other way, right, going back into Iran because they were concerned for family members and they see it as hypocritical for the White House to be criticizing Tehran in this way. So it's a mixed picture.
เจ้าหน้าที่ระดับสูงจากทำเนียบขาวภายใต้การบริหารของทรัมป์ยืนยันว่าไม่ได้ใช้ประเทศใดๆเป็นคนกลางในการเจรจากับอิหร่าน
They've made
รัฐบาลสเปนตอบโต้คำขู่ของทรัมป์ที่จะลดการค้า โดยเน้นย้ำว่าสหรัฐอเมริกาต้องปฏิบัติตามกฎหมายระหว่างประเทศและข้อตกลงการค้าระหว่างสหภาพยุโรปกับสหรัฐอเมริการัฐบาลสเปนตอบโต้กรณีที่ทรัมป์ขู่จะลดการค้าโดยระบุว่ามีทรัพยากรที่จำเป็นในการรับมือกับผลกระทบที่อาจเกิดขึ้นจากมาตรการคว่ำบาตรทางการค้าของสหรัฐอเมริกาสถานีโทรทัศน์ CBS รายงานว่ากองทัพสหรัฐอเมริกากำลังใช้เครื่องมือปัญญาประดิษฐ์ของแอนโทรปิกในสงครามอิหร่าน
precision rocket was launched from the sea and targeted the fifth floor of this building in what seems to be the targeting of what Israel says is a leader and a prominent leader in Hezbollah. Israel has been targeting mainly the southern suburb of Beirut, a highly and densely populated area with a very prominent role and clout for Hezbollah, but also it has been targeting several areas in the south of Lebanon with eviction warnings to issue to several villages in the south, as well as what we saw this morning, advance of military troops into new positions in the south of Lebanon. These are different from the points that Israel already occupies in the south of Lebanon.
That's Karine Torbay with the situation on the ground in Beirut. Well, let's deal with some of those bigger geopolitical themes. I'm joined by Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan, who is Senior Fellow for Middle East Policy at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you for joining us here on BBC News. The Gulf countries, having been drawn into this, they've got some choices to make now, haven't they? They tend to act collectively. What sort of calculations will they be making about what they should do next, how they should respond?
มีรายงานว่ารัฐบาลทรัมป์กำลังพิจารณาให้ความคุ้มครองทางทหารแก่เรือบรรทุกน้ำมันและก๊าซที่แล่นผ่านช่องแคบฮอร์มุซ
Hormuz Straits, or if the military action actually takes out some energy infrastructure in the region, then both oil and gas markets confront the possibility, the very real possibility of shortages. But of course, timing and how long both the blockage of the straits and the military activity, that's really going to determine how durable these price increases actually are.
And President Trump has said, hasn't he, that this is only temporary. Once everything's over, things will go back to normal. Is he correct?
Very, 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 very difficult to say. Predicting the length of a conflict is beyond my pay grade. But that's the crucial factor. I mean, if this is, as he says, has a duration of several weeks, then probably some of the inflationary impacts will be relatively limited. But if this extends to a month or more, then the ripple effect of this on the global economy could be very significant.
Who's buying Iranian oil right now, and how will it affect those countries?
Well, because of sanctions, and particularly sanctions that have been in place since the first Trump administration on Iran, sales have largely been confined to independent refiners within China. But what we're looking at here is the broader impact of potentially supplies of natural gas out of Qatar and crude oil from places like Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait being trapped within the Middle East Gulf because of the blockade of the Hormuz Straits. So it's less about Iranian crude exports per se and much more about the broader regional supply picture.
Okay. David Price, great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, meanwhile, the travel disruption being caused by what is happening in the Middle East continues. A handful of flights are bringing stranded British nationals back to the UK today, but the majority of departures from the Middle East remain cancelled. One travel consultant said the backlog could take weeks to clear. Well, earlier we spoke to stranded holidaymakers Jack and Catherine Ferrari, who flew to Dubai for their honeymoon. They told us about their current situation.
So we flew out here for our honeymoon/baby moon. We thought it was a really safe place to come. Everyone always talks about how safe Dubai is. And then we're staying at the Fairmont, so we're the hotel that actually got hit by the falling debris. We luckily left the hotel just before. We went to a spa maybe 50 meters down the road. And then as we finished at the spa, we came out.
สถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านที่ยังไม่มีทีท่าว่าจะคลี่คลายส่งผลให้ตลาดหุ้นปรับตัวลดลงและตลาดพันธบัตรยังคงขาดทุนต่อเนื่องโดยราคาน้ำมันดิบเบรนท์พุ่งขึ้นเหนือระดับ$85ชั่วขณะท่ามกลางความกังวลเกี่ยวกับการหยุดชะงักของตลาดพลังงานเป็นเวลานานและภาวะเงินเฟ้อที่อาจสูงขึ้น
Saying it was your baby moon, Catherine, you're expecting, which just makes things
ข้อมูลการขนส่งทางเรือล่าสุดเผยว่าการส่งออกน้ำมันดิบโดยตรงจากเวเนซุเอลาไปยังสหรัฐอเมริกาในเดือนกุมภาพันธ์เพิ่มขึ้น32%อยู่ที่ 375,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันข้อมูลจากการขนส่งทางเรือระบุว่าปริมาณการส่งออกน้ำมันดิบโดยตรงของเวเนซุเอลาไปยังเอเชียลดลงถึง 67%เหลือเพียง 48,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันข้อมูลจาก Shipping Data ระบุว่าการส่งออกน้ำมันโดยตรงของเวเนซุเอลาไปยังยุโรปเพิ่มขึ้นเป็น 158,000 บาร์เรลต่อวันในเดือนกุมภาพันธ์กองทัพอิสราเอลแถลงว่าได้โจมตีที่ตั้งแห่งหนึ่งในอิหร่านซึ่งรัฐบาลอิหร่านใช้เป็นสถานที่พัฒนาระบบที่จำเป็นสำหรับการสร้างอาวุธนิวเคลียร์สำนักข่าวฟาร์สรายงานว่าการเลือกผู้นำสูงสุดคนต่อไปของอิหร่านจะมาจากการลงคะแนนเสียงกระทรวงน้ำมันของอิรักยืนยันว่าการลดกำลังการผลิตน้ำมันดิบหลังจากการส่งออกหยุดชะงักเนื่องจากการปิดช่องแคบฮอร์มุซจะไม่ส่งผลกระทบต่อการดำเนินงานต่อเนื่องในโรงกลั่นน้ำมันของประเทศ
who wanted more diplomatic efforts. In another poll, a Reuters Ipsos one, it was 27% in support and 43% opposed. That was before 6 American soldiers were killed in action, with President Trump warning there may be more deaths to come. Well, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, spoke to the BBC. He told us the US president believed the current turmoil was preferable to maintaining the status quo in Iran.
I think turmoil would be better than the status quo, certainly from America's strategic interest. But I do think that doing what we can to facilitate a changeover to a more appropriate kind of government would be in America's interest as well. You know, the Shah of Iran, when he ruled, was a strong American ally in the Middle East, and it was a sea change in 1979 when he was replaced by the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was one of our most vigorous enemies. I'd love to go back to pre-1979 realities. That isn't going to happen, I don't think. But I do think there's a strong likelihood that as this regime begins to come apart, and it has never been weaker at any point since it took power in 1979, that there's an interim solution that the regular military, not the Revolutionary Guard, but the regular military or considerable elements of the regular military take control, restore order.
Well, that was John Bolton talking to the BBC earlier. Let's just direct you to the BBC's live page, because if you are stepping away from your television, you can come onto here, you can get the very latest on what is happening in Iran and the region from our reporters and our BBC Verify team as well. But for those of you who are watching, do stay with us here on BBC News, because I'm back at the top of the hour with the headlines. Bye-bye for now.
Worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. นายชูเมอร์ผู้นำเสียงข้างน้อยในวุฒิสภาสหรัฐอเมริกาเผยวุฒิสภาจะลงมติญัตติจำกัดอำนาจประธานาธิบดีในการทำสงครามกับอิหร่านในวันพรุ่งนี้ สื่อของทางการอิหร่านรายงานว่ากองกำลังพิทักษ์ปฏิวัติอิหร่านได้เปิดฉากโจมตีอิสราเอลระลอกใหม่ด้วยขีปนาวุธและโดรน
escalation and a strategic error. Hezbollah must stop its strikes, and I am calling on Israel to respect the whole of Lebanese territory. We also have economic interest to preserve because the oil and gas prices and the situation of international trade are deeply affected by this situation. The Strait of Hormuz has been de facto closed, and 20% of oil and liquefied natural gas goes through this strait. The Suez Canal and the Red Sea are also under tension and threatened. We have taken the initiative to build a coalition to bring together assets, including military assets, in order to secure traffic on these essential shipping lanes, essential for world trade. We did that a few months ago in the Red Sea, and it's what we are going to need to do again in that region. Faced with this unstable situation, faced with uncertainty for the future, I have given the order to send the Charles de Gaulle aircraft character and its air capabilities with a frigate escort should head to the Eastern Mediterranean. Dear compatriots, I wanted to give you an update on the situation and on our actions. Many things remain unstable, but France remains a power that is committed to protecting its own. We are a power that is attached to peace. We are reliable, predictable, and determined. Vive la République! Long live the Republic! Long live France!
Well, that is the closing words of that statement from the French President Emmanuel Macron. So let me just give you a bit of a lowdown on what we heard there. A few bits of detail about flights evacuating French citizens. He mentioned those will land in Paris this evening. As I said earlier, those problems getting out of the Middle East are affecting multiple nations. So that's one of the points that he made early doors. President Macron also talked about sending defense systems to Cyprus to help with the area there. Of course, we have seen drones being sent towards Cyprus and having to be defended against. He also talked about Israel as well, and he mentioned a few lines about the attacks by the US and Israel. I'm trying to find exactly what he said, but I can't find it in my... Yes, that would be very helpful. He said that Israel will be in the process of deciding on a land operation, and it would be a dangerous escalation and a strategic error. He also talked about having ordered an air carrier and a fleet to escort frigates. So there is some help that France is willing to send, but very early on in his talk, he said that he did not necessarily agree, or he cannot approve military actions by the US and Israel. He said France cannot approve military actions by the US and Israel. There, we got there in the end. So that is some of what we heard from President Macron. Our correspondent in Paris is going to be giving us the lowdown when we get him in a few minutes' time. But first, let's just talk a little bit more about what is happening in the Middle East, because America and Israel's war with Iran continues. A little earlier, President Trump doubled down on his criticism of the UK, calling the Prime Minister no Winston Churchill. Well, Keir Starmer initially didn't permit the use of those British bases for the first wave of attacks against Iran, remember. He's now allowed their use, but for defensive purposes only. While the British government confirmed it's sending one of its most advanced warships to Cyprus, HMS Dragon will help increase security around RAF Akrotiri, which has been targeted by Iranian drones, we mentioned earlier. Well, currently the Royal Navy has no major warship in the Mediterranean region. Meanwhile, Iran's Red Crescent says at least 787 people have been killed in the country since the US and Israel launched strikes on Saturday. In a moment, Jeremy Bowen will be giving us the very latest on the Middle East conflict. But first, here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith, on President Trump's outburst earlier.
Welcoming the German Chancellor to the White House, President Trump praised Germany's support for his war on Iran, while criticising countries he said were being unhelpful.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, you
ambitious and lease back the island. The relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer has never been more strained. The president says he is shocked by how uncooperative he believes the UK is being. The reasons President Trump gives for starting the war keep changing. Today he claimed Iran was about to strike against the US.
Based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
His Secretary of State offered a different explanation yesterday when he said the US knew Israel was planning to attack Iran and that Iran would retaliate by threatening US targets, so it was necessary to strike first.
We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage.
Lawmakers in Congress will be briefed later today by senior officials about the conflict and will have many questions about the administration's ever-evolving rationale for starting this war and about how it may end. Sarah Smith, BBC News, Washington.
Well, let's get some analysis from my colleague Sumi Somasganda, who's at the White House, and Ben Wright, who is in Westminster. First, Sumi, to you, an ever-evolving kind of rationale is how Sarah Smith put it. And that's right, isn't it? Because it's still quite confusing for many exactly what the US
สำนักข่าวฟาสรายงานว่าการเลือกผู้นำสูงสุดคนใหม่ของอิหร่านอาจจะไม่เกิดขึ้นจนกว่าจะถึงสัปดาห์หน้า
This was referring to the fact that his Secretary of State said yesterday on Capitol Hill that the U.S. knew that Israel was going to attack Iran and that in response, Iran would hit U.S. targets. So in order to protect the U.S. and American citizens, that the U.S. decided to attack preemptively. Well, President Trump said today, no, I actually forced Israel's hand in a way. And it was interesting to hear the president say that because he also said we had specific intelligence that Iran was going to attack us. That will be something, Mariam, I have to say that the president will be pressed on, that his administration will be pressed on, because until now, we've heard from a number of lawmakers who sit in the intelligence committees in both the House of Representatives and in the Senate as well, who have said they have not seen that intelligence. They're also going to be pressing him on not just the objectives of this conflict, but what the U.S.'s timeline is. In the past, President Trump has said 4 to 5 weeks, but at the same time, he has now said until those objectives are reached. And until the objectives are clear, it's hard to know just how long the U.S. will remain involved here.
And Sumi, how is this going down with those who support President Trump within the Republican Party and those who are really worried about what the future holds in terms of being embroiled in another foreign conflict?
It's a mixed picture so far. Of course, any of the polls that we're seeing at this point are still very recent and very small, so it's hard to get a real sense of how Americans, how voters might feel about this conflict. There was one poll that was released over the weekend by Reuters and Ipsos that indicated that just 1 in 4 Americans approve of the U.S.'s military action on Iran. But again, that is a very limited snapshot that we have. What we can say on a broader sense is this is a question that has in a way divided some of President Trump's Republican base. On the one hand, you have those who have stood firmly behind the president, who have said he has taken action that no other president was willing to take, and it was necessary to get rid of a rogue regime that posed a threat to Americans. On the other hand, there are many members of his base who have said, look, this is a president who promised not to engage the U.S. abroad, not to get involved in regime change, and this is exactly what he is doing here in Iran. At the same time, the president and his team say there is not going to be a prolonged involvement, not a multi-year conflict, as the Vice President J.D. Vance said on Fox News. This is going to ensure that Iran doesn't pose a threat, that its ballistic missile program is decimated, that it cannot build a nuclear weapon, and then the U.S. will leave. Still, many people wondering how long that will take and how much U.S. involvement will be there.
Sumi, thank you for that. And let's cross live now to our political correspondent, Ben Wright. And Ben, just talk to us a little bit about those comments that President Trump made about Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, comparing him or not comparing him to Winston Churchill. How is that going
got used to the way Donald Trump conducts public diplomacy over the years, and they may not be shocked, but it still is a pretty brutal sort of drive-by by the US president. And as I said, is further proof of the strains in the relationship, strains that predate this current crisis. There has been tension around Greenland, over trade, over trying to keep the US involved in Ukraine. There was quite a public falling out between the two in January after President Trump made disparaging remarks about British efforts in Afghanistan all those years ago that received a very public rebuke from Sir Keir Starmer. But for a British Prime Minister who has tried so hard to keep the American president close, Keir Starmer's decision not to involve the UK in offensive action against Iran and deny the US permission to use Diego Garcia as a launch pad for US bombers to attack Iran has clearly angered President Trump, and that comes on top of his irritation, annoyance, fury about the Chagos Islands deal. So the two things are sort of linked, even though in practical terms they're not regarding this conflict in Iran.
Okay, Ben, thank you very much indeed for that. Ben Wright in Westminster. Well, the RAF jets have been flying over Jordan and they've shot down an Iranian drone. Take a look at these. These are pictures released by the Ministry of Defense showing the drone over Jordanian territory being downed by an F-35 aircraft. The MOD says it's the first time an aircraft of this kind has shot down a target on operations. Around the world and across the UK, this is The World Today on BBC News. Now, in the Middle East, there has been no let-up in the fighting, with more airstrikes and military action. In fact, Israel continues to hit targets across Iran. Those targets include the leadership compound and other government buildings in the capital. To the south of Tehran, satellite images show damage at a nuclear site in Natanz. For Israel is now fighting on what are called two fronts, with more strikes on Beirut and an order for ground forces already patrolling a buffer zone just inside the border with Lebanon to extend their presence as a guard against strikes by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which has launched missiles across that frontier. Meanwhile, Iran itself has also been targeting Israel, once again including in Tel Aviv, where there have been explosions and incoming missiles and drones, which of course have been intercepted. There have also been other Iranian strikes across the Gulf, including in Riyadh, where the US embassy was hit by two drones, and in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, where smoke can be seen here billowing from an oil facility. Well, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has more on day 4 of this war.
HMS Dragon is one of the Royal Navy's most advanced warships, a Type 45 destroyer. When it gets to Cyprus, it won't just improve the air defence of the island as well as the British base. It also acknowledges that the war has spread, and like it or not, the UK is being pulled in towards it. In Minab in southern Iran, these are new graves, ready for the funeral of 165 people the Iranians say were killed in an attack on a girls' school on Saturday. The funeral brought the city to a standstill. Many of the dead were pupils from the school, child-sized coffins, photos of schoolgirls and grieving families.
หนังสือพิมพ์ Wall Street Journal รายงานว่าประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์กำลังพิจารณาให้การสนับสนุนกองกำลังติดอาวุธเพื่อโค่นล้มรัฐบาลอิหร่าน
that they saw a chance to inflict serious damage on a bitter enemy. That
ทรัมป์ประกาศสหรัฐอเมริกาจะรับประกันการไหลเวียนของพลังงานอย่างเสรีสู่ทั่วโลกทรัมป์ประกาศว่ากองทัพเรือสหรัฐอเมริกาจะคุ้มกันเรือบรรทุกน้ำมันในช่องแคบฮอร์มุซหากมีความจำเป็นทรัมป์กล่าวว่าบริษัทประกันภัยนี้จะพร้อมให้บริการแก่บริษัทขนส่งทางเรือทุกลำ
inaction, with President Trump warning that there may be more deaths to come. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Julia Manchester, White House reporter for The Hill. Julia, good to talk to you. So, mixed opinions from the US public. Might this change, do you think, depending on what happens now?
Yeah, I think it depends on what happens next on a number of fronts when it comes to the economy, for example, how oil prices are impacted and if that hurts Americans here at home. But also, what happens in terms of casualties and, American service member casualties. That number has now grown to 6. And as you said, President Trump has predicted there could be more casualties. But overall, I would actually say that a majority of polls show that a majority of Americans, not a clear cut majority, but a majority, are not in favor of these strikes and are very skeptical going forward.
So, what has the response been like within the Republican Party?
So in general, broadly, Republicans have been supportive of the strikes. In fact, you see a number of Republican lawmakers making the rounds on cable television here in the United States defending the president's strike. That being said, though, there are, some notable outliers and some concerns from Republicans over the idea of the U.S. being yet again entangled in another foreign conflict, but also the way in which President Trump went about striking Iran. And notably in the House of Representatives, you have Congressman Thomas Massey, a notable Trump critic in the Republican Party, and also Congressman Warren Davidson from Ohio, who have both spoken out against President Trump not seeking congressional authorization before he launched those strikes. So there certainly is some notable Republican resistance.
And what about President Trump's MAGA base, who've traditionally been against intervention in these foreign wars? Is there a chance that could potentially impact the midterms, Julia?
There's always a chance. And once again, I think that really boils down to how this impacts or if it impacts the state of the economy by November. I think voters oftentimes have short memories. They are voting based on, what their current situation is like financially, economically, not as much in terms of foreign policy, but how this impacts them economically. So if we see energy prices go up as a result of this, I would think that would likely hurt Republicans at the ballot box in November.
And of course, speaking of midterms, some of the first statewide primaries are happening today. Do you think Iran will play a part in how people vote in these statewide primaries, or do domestic issues take precedence here?
I think domestic issues take precedence in these. In fact, the most closely watched primaries are taking place in Texas. You have Senator John Cornyn, who's been in the Senate representing Texas for nearly 20 years. He's at risk of losing his seat. Actually, in that race, it's all about who's most cozied up or most close with President Trump. So I don't see Iran playing a role in these primaries.
Okay, Julia, thank you so much for your time. Julia Manchester, thank you once again. Now, thousands of British nationals and indeed nationals from around the world are still stranded as travel from the Gulf region remains heavily disrupted. A few flights have reached the UK from Dubai and Abu Dhabi today, but airspace in Qatar remains closed. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has said the government is planning to send a charter flight to Oman to evacuate vulnerable travellers. Well, let's speak now to Lisa Minot, who's travel editor at The Sun. Lisa, it's good to talk to you. Thank you very much for talking to us. What is the latest situation for those people who are watching us from those Gulf states, Arab states, who are worried about getting home?
Well, I'd love to say that I had some better news for them. I'm afraid I don't. We really are seeing such a fluid situation. There were plans to open up these corridors in the UAE today, but unfortunately, we have then seen further action in terms of explosions in Dubai. It really is a very fluid situation. And at the moment, we haven't seen any vital.
So 3 million pages of documents, 180,000 images and 2,000 videos. The latest release of files related to the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein is shocking in its size and its content. Investigations are now underway in at least 10 countries. We're still combing through the detail, and every day we uncover more and more about the crimes of the disgraced financier and the people he was connected to. Well, over the next half an hour, we'll discuss the key revelations uncovered so far and the seismic impacts Washington. In Windsor, our senior royal correspondent Daniela Relf. Our political correspondent Nick Eardley is in Westminster. Our analysis editor Ros Atkins is in our BBC Verify hub. And our business editor Simon Jack is here with me in London, as is Nomia Iqbal, who's been looking at the response from the victims and their families. Plenty to digest, but it all started exactly a week ago.
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the Act.
Well, it's been a whirlwind week. By Friday evening, the new document showed Epstein and the former Prince Andrew kept a close relationship long after he was convicted in 2008. By the next morning, a photo had emerged of Andrew crouched on all fours over an unidentified woman. He has yet to comment on the latest release of documents, but has always denied any wrongdoing. On Sunday, Peter Mandelson was back in the spotlight. Documents revealed Epstein paid $75,000 into accounts linked to the former UK ambassador to the US between 2003 and 2004. He said he has no record or recollection of receiving the sums and didn't know whether the documents were authentic. Police have now started searches of 2 of his properties. On Monday, emails, which appear to be from Sarah Ferguson, Andrew's ex-wife and former Duchess of York, illustrated the closeness of her relationship with Epstein, even whilst he was in prison. In one, she calls him the brother she always wished for. The emails do not indicate any wrongdoing. By Tuesday, the Met Police launched an investigation into Peter Mandelson. Documents suggested he'd been passing market-sensitive material to Epstein when he was business secretary in Gordon Brown's government in the middle of the financial crisis of 2008. He maintains he did not act criminally and did not act for personal gain. Well, Epstein had connections everywhere, from Norway to Poland to Australia, among them Bill Gates. On Wednesday, the billionaire said he regretted every minute he spent with Jeffrey Epstein. Among the latest tranche of documents, Epstein accused Gates of contracting a sexually transmitted infection from Russian girls, a claim he denies. On Thursday, the Prime Minister himself was facing huge pressure for appointing Mandelson as US ambassador. Keir Starmer fronted the media to apologise. Well, at the heart of this scandal are the victims, the survivors of the abuse orchestrated by Epstein. Our correspondent Nomia Iqbal has been following the scandal for a number of years. And Nomia, for the victims, there are multiple strands, aren't there? Satisfaction because they campaigned for so long for this, fury at the way that many have been identified, and the fear that perhaps some of the worst hasn't been released here.
That's right. So many strands, because Matthew isn't just one abuser or one crime. Yes, Epstein was at the centre of it. His web spanned governments, royalty, finance, intelligence linked circles in the US and the UK, years of institutional failure. But we're going through these documents one by one as journalists. We're analysing, we're verifying. But for survivors, this is their life. This is a case of reopening their trauma, their abuse. And in many cases, they're discovering aspects of their abuse that they didn't know. And you touched on it there. The Department of Justice, this is staggering. They accidentally released information about survivors who did not want to be identified, who've now been identified. And lawyers have said it's caused irreparable harm to them. I want you to have a listen to Marina Lacerda. Now, she's originally from Brazil, now lives in the US. She met Epstein when she was 14 years old, and he went on to exploit her for 3 years. This is what she had to say on seeing those files.
When I seen my files that are no longer obviously in the DOJ's website, I was in shock, because there are things in there that I did not know, and I had to find out on that Friday when it was released. And it has drained me, because I cannot stop thinking about it. And I'm heartbroken about this. I'm extremely, extremely stressed. I'm frustrated. I'm sad. I'm feeling every emotion, and they are not good. I'm going to be honest.
Marina, weeknight program. Now, she is a sister-in-law of Virginia Giuffre, who is one of the most prominent accusers of Epstein and the former Prince Andrew. She was in that infamous photo where Mountbatten Windsor is seen with his arm around her. Ghislaine Maxwell, who's also in that photo, who was convicted in 2021 as Epstein's co-conspirator, has confirmed seemingly that that photo is real. The former prince has always denied any wrongdoing. He previously even questioned whether that photo was real. He claimed it was doctored and said he'd never met Giuffre. Now, Virginia died by suicide in April 2025. Have a listen to what her sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, had to say.
It's a whirlwind. I think this moment I felt a moment of like such overwhelming emotion because I wish that she was here to see this. She fought so hard and so long against all odds, and she still was just so. She was so strong for everyone, not just for her, but for her survivor sisters and every single survivor who has been discounted. And so this moment, it's a bittersweet moment because we're proud of her and her accomplishments, and finally I think the world is really beginning to see the truth, and so we're proud of her, but we miss her greatly in this moment because she should be reveling, in this moment.
Amanda Roberts there. Now, the only institution doing any kind of investigation is Congress, but they don't have charging powers. They are due to hear from, as I mentioned, the person that has been convicted, the only person, Ghislaine Maxwell. She is due to give a deposition next week. That is likely to re-traumatize survivors, especially because, yes, they wanted these files.
ธนาคารในสหรัฐอเมริกายกระดับการเฝ้าระวังภัยคุกคามทางไซเบอร์ท่ามกลางสถานการณ์ความตึงเครียดที่เพิ่มสูงขึ้นระหว่างประเทศกับอิหร่าน
Gary, Donald Trump resisted this move for a year. Now he's saying the country should move on. So talk me through the reaction there has been there.
Well, there's been horror, really. A lot of the fresh revelations that have come out of these 3 million plus documents over the last few days. And of course, people are still going through those things, still finding things, still finding photographs, still finding identifying information about some of the survivors. In fact, the Department of Justice said that it expected to have released information erroneously and had set up an email address beforehand for people to get in touch to have things brought down. So they knew this was coming down the line, but they argue they were under a deadline. They say their work is done, that their review of these documents is over, and that there is no grounds to prosecute anyone at all. Apart from Epstein, of course, who's dead, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison for 20 years. No other prosecutions currently being looked at. That is something, of course, that's incredibly difficult for many of the survivors to contemplate. They think, how can there be so much information, so much circumstantial information without anyone else being held accountable? And of course, we do know that the FBI were looking into co-conspirators, a number of co-conspirators, but we still don't know who those people are and to what extent they were investigated and what reasons there might have been for not prosecuting them. So there's that. And as Nomi was saying, Congress is the only real body that's looking into this now. It's a Republican-led House of Representatives. It's conducting its investigation. Yes, Ghislaine Maxwell next week, but also at the end of the month, the Clintons. The Clintons will be here in Congress giving evidence to that committee. They declined, refused to do so for months, but it was the threat of contempt proceedings and potentially jail that has made them decide to come here. And they want to do it in public. We'll see whether that happens. If it does, Matthew, that will keep this thing going in a big way.
Gary, a quick one. The material not released, will that ever become public?
Well, there's certainly a lot of pressure from members of Congress, on both sides, in fact, and indeed from the survivors to get that stuff released. It's pretty vague about what it is. Some of it apparently is child pornography. Some of it is images of death, it was described as by the Deputy Assistant
Deputy Attorney General. But he also said there was other material that was sort of a personal nature, medical nature, and people will be saying, well, what is it? What can we see? Can we see the redactions in the stuff that has been published? All these questions remain. And yes, of course, there are still some documents in New York that may come out as well, but still a bunch of questions about the material that's already out there and what they're keeping back.
Gary, thanks very much. Well, let's go from Washington to Westminster and to our political correspondent, Nick Erdley. Nick, such a contrast between what is happening in the US and happening here, because there has been a political earthquake in the last week with the Prime Minister fighting to stay in his job.
Well, it absolutely has. The impact of the publication of these files has been profound in the UK. We already knew that Lord Mandelson had been sacked as US ambassador because more links with Jeffrey Epstein had emerged last year, but this tranche of documents shows a very different relationship. It shows just how close they were, but also that Lord Mandelson appears to have passed some sensitive information on to Jeffrey Epstein, sensitive UK government information from when Lord Mandelson was business secretary here, stuff that included discussion over asset sales in the UK government, including information about a potential Eurozone bailout after the financial crisis. And that has really led to the earthquake you talk about in British politics, because Lord Mandelson is now no longer a member of the House of Lords. He's no longer a member of the Labour Party, in which he was so consequential for the past few decades. There is now a massive question over the Prime Minister himself and whether his future is guaranteed because of his judgment of putting Lord Mandelson in the US ambassador job in the first place. So it is no exaggeration to say that the publication of these files could potentially bring down a Prime Minister.
Well, exactly, on that documentation and the paperwork that's going to become public, real peril about what actually might come out, not just around the appointment, but wider.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the knock-on consequences of the Epstein files in the UK has been, one, a police investigation into Lord Mandelson, two, Parliament voting to publish all the information the UK government holds about the vetting process for Lord Mandelson getting the US ambassador job, and, crucially, all communications between Lord Mandelson, government ministers and special advisors whilst Lord Mandelson was US ambassador. That's potentially a huge amount of embarrassing and potentially damaging information. Now, we might not see all of it publicly. There's a process going on where a committee of parliamentarians will decide if some stuff has to be held back because it's sensitive either for national security or international relations. That's pretty controversial in and of itself. But we are going to see a lot of information published by the UK government, a lot of it be very problematic for Number 10. Number 10 says it will show that Lord Mandelson lied during his vetting process. My understanding is Lord Mandelson insists he was accurate in the answers he gave. But all of this comes back to that tranche of documents published in the US. Had that not been published, this trickle-down of crises for the UK government wouldn't have happened. As it stands this afternoon, Keir Starmer is still in his job, but plenty of his own MPs, Labour MPs, aren't sure how long that will be the case.
Nick, thanks very much. Let's go straight to Windsor and our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Relf. And Daniela, as we've already touched on, we've seen that new grim photo of Andrew crouching over a young woman, an email that appears to confirm the picture with Virginia Giuffre was real, grubby emails from Sarah Ferguson with her taking her daughters to meet Epstein in the week after his release from prison. It is devastating stuff, isn't it?
It is. It's been a really difficult and damaging week for the royal family. And what has become crystal clear reading through so many of those emails this week is that the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Sarah Ferguson, his ex-wife, was very close. And in reading them all, you also get a sense of the power play in the relationship as well. And it's very clear that the power lay with Jeffrey Epstein. When you read the exchanges, his replies to them are quite curt, are quite factual, but their responses to him are almost over-complimentary. They're fawning, they're even desperate at times in tone. And I think looking at this latest draft of the nature of the relationship between the three of them. The photos, as you mentioned as well, have also been extremely damaging and really unsettling. I think perhaps that one that emerged last weekend, or a series of them, of a barefoot Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, casually dressed, leaning over someone, a woman lying down on the ground. We think that is in Jeffrey Epstein's home in Manhattan. It's not clear what the context is or quite what was going on. But again, it is damaging, it is unsettling, it's upsetting. And again, as you say, that photo, the photo that really, in my mind, marks the start of the downfall of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, of him standing with Virginia Giuffre, with Ghislaine Maxwell in the background, a photo he said he had no recollection of. He even questioned during his BBC interview whether it had been doctored in some way. We now know from an exchange of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that it appears that Ghislaine Maxwell says that photo is real.
And Daniela, growing pressure for the police to investigate Andrew, and growing pressure on the palace and the king to do more to pressurise Andrew to cooperate with the US authorities. But we see in these emails countless efforts to do that have been frustrated.
Yes, all sorts of different paths that the authorities have taken to try and persuade Andrew Mountbatten Windsor over the year to talk to them, to share information with them, that just hasn't been successful. And it's been really interesting watching the response from the royal household, from Buckingham Palace, over the course of the past week. We haven't heard anything directly except from Prince Edward, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's younger brother, who was asked a question about it at a conference he was speaking at in Dubai, and said that his thoughts were with the victims. He said there are a lot of victims in this situation. The King and Queen have been out and about in the UK this week. They were thrown questions. People shouted questions at them, but there was no response from them either. Sources within the royal household do say to us that, at the end of the day, whether Andrew Mountbatten Windsor gives evidence to the authorities is ultimately going to be down to one thing, and that is his conscience.
Daniela, thanks very much. Well, Jeffrey Epstein kept friends in high places. The British royal family is not the only one under pressure. The Crown Princess of Norway, Mette-Marit, features hundreds of times in the latest files released relating to Epstein. She expressed a deep regret for her friendship with Epstein that continued even after his conviction. And there are many giants of business in those files. Let's turn to our business editor, Simon Jack. He's in the studio here with me. And Simon, as Nomia was saying earlier, this was a huge web, wasn't it, of power, of money, of influence, of abuse. So what have you picked out?
You're right. It's a staggering network of the richest and most powerful people in the world. In fact, if you are extremely rich and powerful, there's every chance you will be mentioned in these files, either as a correspondent or come up in correspondence. I should say there's no suggestion of just appearing in these documents is any implication of any wrongdoing, but it is a formidable roll call. Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Bill Gates, Leon Black, a big private equity guy, Sergey Brin, founder of Google, big bankers, Mohammed bin Salman, etc. All of them are there in a kind of network of you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, make introductions, etc. We've got some more flesh on the bones of things that have already cost some of the top people their jobs. For example, Jez Staley, you just had there, that's Leon Black, who is the founder of Apollo. They both had to step down because of their associations with Epstein without admitting any wrongdoing. You've also seen people like Richard Branson. He said, I visited him a couple of times, but I regret that relationship. Only a few occasions, more than 12 years ago, was limited to a group of business settings. And then you've got sort of politicians as well, economists like Larry Summers. Elon Musk, of course, is in there. He was inquiring about attending a party there, to which he never attended. And Bill Gates, the history of with him and Epstein goes back several years. But I think what's interesting about this is that if you look at Staley back, Ben Weg-Prosser, who founded a PR company with Peter Mandelson, he stepped down from his own business just a year ago. So this network, which was meant to confer advantage and power and favoritism and getting you in, is actually had incredibly corrosive effects on some of the people who've been involved with him.
And it is worth underlining just the staggering nature of what is in those emails around Peter Mandelson, what he was sending to Epstein around the time of the financial crisis, sometimes within minutes of important meetings.
I think that, and actually the current governor of the Bank of England got actually quite emotional the other day, saying that he said he couldn't believe, he was shocked at the fact that details of possible things like sales of government conversations sensitive conversations in close quarters, relayed within minutes by Peter Mandelson to Jeffrey Epstein to be passed on to his banking contacts. And Andrew Bailey, I've never seen him like this. He said, "I don't want to sound pious, but this is for all of us. How is it that we live in a society in which this has happened and the cover-up happened as well?" So there are investigations about whether those leaks, about very sensitive matters, constitute misconduct in a public office. That investigation is ongoing, as Nick was talking about. And also a lot of people have asked me, is this insider dealing? Is there stuff that he said that people could trade on? Possibly yes. The definition of that is incredibly narrow. You have to prove that I would have bought this share because it was going to go up anyway. I think that's very difficult. But I think overall, Andrew Bailey expressed the view of many in the business community. They were pretty shocked that this stuff was getting out.
It's worth asking you. You've covered business for decades. Yeah. Have you seen anything quite like this?
No, I've never seen anything quite like this, where there are so many tendrils, if you like, to so many people. I mean, it's not just in US business; it's in UK business. Mohammed bin Salman is in this correspondence. You've got, as you were talking about, people in Norway. There are some families in France which are come up in correspondence. It's actually amazing how actually a sort of lawyer from Brooklyn managed to construct this web. And as I say, the idea was to try and confer a bit of advantage and favour, and it ended up being very corrosive for all concerned.
Simon, thank you for taking me through all of that. Let's head to the BBC Verify Hub and our analysis editor, Ros Atkins. And Ros, just take us through the work BBC Verify has been doing on this cache of documents.
Hello, Matthew. Well, the scale and the nature of this release of files has definitely to a degree shaped our work. As you've been discussing, there are millions of files, emails, letters, photos, audio and video, and the way that they were put online by the Department of Justice doesn't necessarily make them particularly easy to search and sift, which is why we've seen new developments throughout the last week as the BBC and other news organisations have searched through the vast amount of files. And there are different aspects to the work that we've been doing. Our data scientists have been producing different pieces of code to help us identify files of interest. We've also been verifying the location of some of the photos that have been released, and we've assessed close to 1,000 videos. And there are different challenges that have come with that work. The videos, for example, frequently come with no additional information at all. So no date, no location, no details of where the files are from. In addition, we've had to take great care with the language in our reporting. For example, in some videos, we're describing young females because we can't be sure if the videos show young women or girls. And then we have to reference the redaction errors made by the Department of Justice. You were discussing this earlier. Some of the photos and videos show survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, and they can be identified. Some of these files have been taken offline by the Department of Justice, but not all. Needless to say, the BBC is taking great care to not identify the survivors affected by these redaction errors. All of this relates to the files that have been published. We should also say we're working to highlight fake files that are circulating. We're seeing fake emails claiming to be from Elon Musk, fake images claiming to show Zohran Mamdani, the New York mayor. Now, some of these fakes have had millions of views, and of course, it's important for us to highlight that they are not from the batch of files that were released.
Ros, how do we see this story going?
Well, I think we can definitely expect more stories to emerge from this batch of files. The work goes on by the BBC and by many other news organisations, and because of the number of files, even though we've all been working on this story for a week, more details will emerge. And there's one other thing that I would emphasise, and Nick was talking about this earlier. This act of transparency in the US with the Department of Justice sharing these files is potentially leading to further transparency in Westminster. We understand senior UK government figures may well have to share their electronic communications, their emails and messages that were exchanged with Peter Mandelson. BBC understands that could be up to 100,000 documents, which means there's going to be a lot more for all of us to see. And that, Matthew, isn't just about Peter Mandelson. It may give us insights into how the UK perceives its relations with the US, and perhaps how some UK officials see Donald Trump too. So for all of those reasons, for number 10, this story's far from over.
Just in about 45 seconds, Ros, I suppose the other critical element, and they'll be feeling it in number 10, they'll be feeling it in a variety of capitals and individuals. There is so much that none of us really know what is still to come, and that could have all sorts of ramifications and consequences.
Well, you're quite right, because the Trump administration has moved around its position on how Donald Trump did not seem to be committed to that happening. There was some criticism from within his own supporters, and now we've seen this really significant release of files in the last week. It's not clear how many further files will be released, but of course we know further files do exist, and we know files outside of the Epstein files also exist. We've just been talking about transparency in Westminster, and so of course anyone who's been involved in sending those messages will be wondering, will they be put in the public domain?
Thanks, Clive. Welcome to BBC London this Monday evening. Coming up, it's been confirmed 4 people died in a plane crash at London's Southend Airport yesterday.
Sadly, we can now confirm that all 4 people on board died. We are working to officially confirm their identities. At this stage, we believe all 4 are foreign nationals.
I'm at London's Southend Airport, which remains closed today. I'll have the latest developments, including advice for passengers who are due to travel. Also ahead tonight, demolished following a fire. The residents who lived in the tower block still out of pocket a year on from the blaze.
Collectively, residents and leaseholders, we're looking at millions and millions of pounds that we will face in costs for a fire that was not our fault.
Fans in Finsbury Park say they're disappointed as rapper Drake's closing set at Wireless Festival ends after 40 minutes. And as this heatwave comes to an end, could very hot days become the new normal in the capital?
ทูตอิสราเอลประจำสหประชาชาติกล่าวว่าขณะนี้อิสราเอลและสหรัฐอเมริกาสามารถควบคุมน่านฟ้าของอิหร่านได้เกือบทั้งหมดกระทรวงการต่างประเทศของสหรัฐอาหรับเอมิเรตส์ออกแถลงการยืนยันว่าไม่ได้อนุญาตให้ใช้ดินแดนของตนในการโจมตีอิหร่านแต่อย่างใด
This airport is empty as flights are diverted away from Southend London Airport to other London airports, and the control tower empty too, as an air exclusion zone has been put into place as an investigation is underway. Now, we learned this afternoon that 4 people sadly died in that crash yesterday afternoon after this plane took off shortly after 4 p.m. yesterday, just after takeoff and within the airport perimeter. Now, a large investigation is underway involving Essex Police and Essex Fire. My colleague Laura Foster has sent this report.
The day after a horrific accident, and the remains of this aircraft lie scattered just off the runway here at London Southend Airport. Now, 8 inspectors from the Air Accident Investigation Branch are on site, working with the airport, the RAF and Essex Police to try and work out what happened. We know that emergency services were called here at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon after the aircraft bound for the Netherlands took off, but soon crashed.
We were loaded, ready to take off, and then my husband saw black smoke out the window. He thought it was a field on fire. And then we were told we had to get off and go back to the building. There wasn't a lot of panic or anything. A lot of people moaning at first before they realised the seriousness of it. But I think once people realise that there's another plane involved, I think you realise how lucky you are, and it could have been any of us. So it's a small price to pay just to miss a day of the holiday.
Nearly 24 hours later, Essex Police confirmed what had long been feared.
Sadly, we can now confirm that all 4 people on board died. We are working to officially confirm their identities. At this stage, we believe all 4 are foreign nationals. I know there will be a lot of questions about what happened here yesterday. We are doing all we can to establish the facts and get those answers.
Investigators say they're now focusing on working out what caused this tragedy.
On site, we currently have expertise in engineering, aircraft operations, human factors, and recorded data. If there are safety lessons that can be learned, we will make recommendations that aim to prevent a similar accident occurring.
The airport will remain closed until further notice, and an exclusion zone has been put in place.
The communities are very strong, they are very knitted together in terms of the local communities, and people are supporting each other. Yesterday we saw golfers at the Rochford 100 running towards the scene to see if they could be of assistance, and that shows the type of people we have living in our district.
Today, passengers were told their flights had been moved to Gatwick and Luton airports, with some taking up the option of a free taxi from Southend to get to the correct airport.
Bit of a ghost town really, there's no one really in there. I think people just waiting around. I don't know if anyone's really sure what's going on.
Well, it was a bit disappointing. Obviously, we feel sorry for the people involved in the accident, but we're only going till Thursday, so it's cut a lot of our holiday off.
But some still arrived today, unaware of what had happened.
Just done the check-in. It says gates close as 15:10.
I think that.
Oh, London Gatwick.
Yeah, but they didn't tell you it changed.
No.
It's not yet known how long the investigative work will take. In the meantime, passengers expecting to travel from here are being told to check with their airline about their individual holiday plans. Laura Foster, BBC London, at Southend Airport.
Well, in the last half an hour, we have learned more about the victims of yesterday's plane crash. The BBC understands that one of the passengers on board the plane which crashed yesterday was 31-year-old nurse Maria Fernanda Royes Ortiz. Maria was born in Chile but was a German citizen. It's understood that yesterday was her first day on the job. Her friends have told the BBC that she was the kindest soul and that she didn't have a single bad bone in her body. They also said that she was humble and chose a profession that reflected her. We also found out today that two of the other people on board, the pilot and the co-pilot, were Dutch citizens. So a very, very sad day for Southend Airport. We have continued to see a handful of passengers arrive here not knowing that the airport is closed. And the advice for passengers is to check with their airlines before travelling here that the airport is closed whilst this large investigation happens to find out what happened in this tragic airline crash which happened yesterday afternoon.
OK, with the latest there from Southend, Alpa, thank you. That's our top story today, but plenty more to come tonight on the programme, including...
I'm Robert Elms and I'm here in one of my favourite parts of London. And coming up, you can hear more about this fabulous city that we all live in.
People in Dagenham who lost their homes after an apartment block fire almost a year ago say they are still waiting for answers. Many leaseholders are still paying mortgages whilst renting elsewhere. Some of the 80 residents who were evacuated from the now demolished Spectrum building are still without a permanent home. Aisha Baksh has the story.
What was once their home and investment is now a building site. Sarah and James both bought properties in Chadwell Heath in a private development known as Spectrum House. Last year, a fire broke out while flammable cladding was being removed from the building. 80 residents were evacuated and their homes were eventually demolished.
I worry a lot more about small things. I'm aware that bad things can happen at any time. I have probably earned less money this year than I would have done because I spend so much time on trying to work out things with the flat.
Sarah is still paying a mortgage on what was her home while renting elsewhere. That rent is currently covered by her insurance, but she and James claim the insurance company and original building owner are still withholding vital information from leaseholders. leaseholders.
What we want is some kind of technical information about what our building was made of, photographs and evidence about what happened on the night of the fire.
From the freeholder directly, we've had nothing at all since the fire occurred. Really, there's been some communication via their loss adjuster, but it's very minimal.
Along with a group of cross-party fellow MPs, Margaret Mullane has written to the insurers and freeholder, and long-term she says she also wants to see better protection for residents.
I will be contacting the Fire Minister and asking that going forward we put into legislation that if anything happens like this, that information that's needed afterwards is not so difficult and protracted and it's readily available.
Residents had also previously raised other fire safety defects, and on the night of the fire, alarms failed and an exit was locked. A London Fire Brigade investigation said most of the cladding had been taken off and the wooden scaffolding planks possibly accelerated the fire. BBC London contacted the building owner and insurance company Aviva, who said they have actively engaged with the freeholder and representatives to ensure information is shared appropriately. They also said they sent findings from their forensic investigators to MPs and leaseholders.
Well, since Grenfell, there's been more pressure put on developers and social landlords to remove dangerous cladding and legislation introduced to protect leaseholders from remediation costs. But campaigners say there are still thousands of people, both leaseholders and tenants, living in unsafe homes.
Aisha Baksh, BBC London.
A brief roundup now of some of the day's other stories. Figures seen by the BBC show the number of prosecutions for fare evasion on London Underground has risen to its highest level for 6 years. Over the last year, almost 3,700 people have been prosecuted, and Transport for London has issued more than 13,000 penalties. Chelsea have won the Club World Cup with a dominant display over Champions League winners Paris Saint-Germain. Following the 3-0 win, US President Trump presented the team with the trophy and left players bemused when he stayed with them for celebrations. And a hosepipe ban affecting some postcode areas in Berkshire has been announced by Thames Water. It'll start on Tuesday the 22nd of July, covering postcodes RG4, RG8 and RG9. It means a ban on using a hosepipe for activities such as watering the garden, washing the car or filling a paddling pool. And staying with the impact of the hot weather now, the extreme heat over the weekend is being described by the Met Office as the new normal for weather in the UK. A report from the National Weather Service says the climate is notably different to how it was just decades ago. Well, for many, the sunny, warm weather is welcome. But as the temperatures have risen, so have the risks linked to the heat. We will, of course, bring you a full weather forecast for you later in the programme. But first, to Anna O'Neill in Surrey.
Welcome to the Shack, or the beautiful Surrey Hills Adventure Company, where people here are soaking up the last of that latest early summer heat wave. Now, we're hearing in a report today that our summers in the UK are going to get hotter. And of course, with that, people tend to try to find bodies of water where they can have a swim and cool down. So a lot of people might come to a managed place like this, but some people, of course, don't, and they swim in open rivers or reservoirs where it's not quite so safe. Well, with me is Scott Innes, also known as Skip. Hello, Skip. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Gorgeous place you've got here.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about what goes on at the Shack.
Okay, well, the history of the place is that this is an old sand quarry that was quarried for about 100 years. And about 10 years ago, I got into conversations with the landowner, and he was looking at a way of setting up, using it in a different way. And that's my background. So we decided to push forward and set up the Surrey Hills Adventure Company with a water element and create an open water swimming environment and paddling environment for people that can come, that's well managed and looked after.
Well, you've got loads of paddle boarders here, I notice, and expecting quite a few swimmers later on.
Yeah.
That's all managed, of course. What advice would you give people that are looking to kind of cool off when it's really hot like this?
Well, there's a lot of advice we can give, but if you're in a wild environment, you've got to consider the environment you're in. So, for example, you spoke about rivers earlier. Rivers have a flow, so it's really important that you think about where you might be able to get in safely and also get out safely, where that river's going to take you. Or big, deep bodies of water like the big lake we've got here, where people maybe don't understand that when you put your hand in the top of a big body of water, it feels lovely and warm, but that's a thermo layer. And as soon as you plummet through that thermo layer, the temperature plummets as well, and the deeper the lake, the colder it is. That's where cold water shock jumps in. So they jump in, go through the thermal layer, boom, into cold water shock, and that's what's really dangerous.
Well, the weather's about to change. Will people still be coming here later in the week? They don't mind about the
absolutely
weather.
not. No. We've got a very committed community here, so we swim all through the winter, again under some very stringent kind of safety procedures that we're not mad about, but we do kind of enforce them as best we can gently to keep people as safe as they can be and give them the knowledge of how to approach colder water and different environments to keep yourself safe.
Well, if you're not quite as hardy as this lot, then enjoy the rest of the sun while you can, because as I say, the weather will be changing later in the week, and that's also because in this report that talks about the UK getting hotter, it also told us that it's going to be getting wetter too.
And windier.
Definitely.
Scott adding his weather forecast there to Anna O'Neill in Surrey. Well, I tell you where else it was warm, and that is in Finsbury Park, where the music festival Wireless took place over the weekend. However, some fans of the rapper Drake were left feeling shortchanged after his final set last night ended after 40 minutes. We can find out more from Barry Caffrey, who's in North London now. So Barry, just tell us what happened.
Hi Riz, yes, so Drake was headlining the Wireless Festival here over the weekend. Around 150,000 people came to the Wireless Festival over the weekend, and I should say so many of those people contacted the BBC to say how much of a fantastic time they had. Drake was headlining. He played on Friday and Saturday night for around about an hour and a half, but on Sunday his set was shorter. It was around 40 minutes in total, and he told the crowd that his microphone would be cut at 9:30 p.m, and that was because of a strict curfew that was in place for the licensing conditions. Now, you might be able to make out the stage behind me. It's just being de-rigged here at the moment, but some of the festival goers did express their frustration to some BBC reporters on their way out leaving the festival, questioning why Drake performed for a shorter period of time. Now, as ever, when it comes to festivals in parks across London, some people question whether they should be allowed to take place, and others question around the numbers that should be allowed to attend. As I said, it was 150,000 people at Wireless, 50,000 per day, and I've been spending the afternoon here speaking to some locals in the park just to find out their views.
I've got nothing against the festivals per se, and I've been to quite a few in my time. I've been a resident around this area for years, but they're getting bigger. They're getting bigger and bigger, and noise is going on for longer and longer. Builds are taking longer, takedowns of building taking longer.
I think, yeah, it does take over a huge part of the park, but I'm not sure how many people it brings to the area and what it does for the community.
Ordinary members of the public are prevented from accessing almost half the park at the height of summer. The ground is steadily deteriorating. It's being hammered summer after summer for weeks at a time.
Having a festival in the park in general, I think it's like a kind of good thing, you know, it gives people an outlet. I've been to festivals in the park before, so like from that point of view, I think most people don't begrudge it happening. I think the impact is like it just loads of bits of life are distracted, so like, you know,
นายกรัฐมนตรีเยอรมนีเมอร์สเปิดเผยว่าประธานาธิบดีทรัมป์ได้ให้ความมั่นใจว่าสหรัฐอเมริกาจะยังคงตรึงกำลังทหารในยุโรปต่อไป
Well, Riz, this is not the end of festivals here at Finsbury Park. The Crank Brother Festival, slightly smaller one, will be taking place on certain days in August. We're expecting around 10,000 people to attend per day.
Okay, Barry, thank you very much. Barry Caffrey there. Next, let us take you to one of London's lesser-known and smaller museums because it's marking its 100th birthday. Leighton House in Kensington, which, by the way, did feature in a video by 80s band Spandau Ballet, is asking visitors to share their memories of the place and its unique contents as part of the celebrations. Gopal Verdi went to have a look round.
Tucked away in Kensington, Leighton House is a hidden gem, a symbol of Victorian opulence, which was once the home to artist Frederick Leighton And this year, it's celebrating a century as one of London's most cherished museums.
Frederick Leighton was one of the leading painters and sculptors of the Victorian era. In 1864, he acquired this plot of land on Holland Park Road, and he went about creating
นายกรัฐมนตรีเมอร์สแห่งเยอรมนีกล่าวว่าสหภาพยุโรปจะไม่ยอมรับข้อตกลงการค้ากับสหรัฐอเมริกาหากมีเงื่อนไขที่แย่กว่าเดิม
In 1926, the house was open to the public, one of the few surviving Victorian artist homes in London. It even endured bomb damage during the Blitz. More than just a museum, over the years it's been a library, a wedding venue, and even a pop culture icon, appearing in everything from Poirot to Spandau Ballet music videos.
2026 marks 100 years since Leighton House became a public museum, and so one of the ways we're inviting visitors to participate is to share their memories with us of the house. We're looking for really any memories of exhibitions or events here that you might have attended.
The most powerful contributors will help form a new exhibition, a centenary archive.
Coming from where I do in New Zealand, we've got a very limited history, and I just think it's incredible, and to know what's come before and the artwork that's happened is so important.
It's a beautiful home. The artwork is beautiful. The history is fascinating.
Our history and culture is massively important to us, and it's just great for people to be able to walk into a place like this and just learn about the past. I think Leighton's legacy is really the house. The 19th century was a really interesting time for artist studio houses, but very few of them have survived. So Leighton House is really unusual because it provides this kind of glimpse into this 19th century artist's world.
100 years on, Leighton House isn't just preserving the past, it's inviting Londoners to help write its next chapter. Gopal Verdi, BBC London.
Congratulations, what a milestone. Talking of which, for more than 30 years now, BBC Radio London presenter Robert Elms every week asks a notable Londoner about the highs and lows of living in our capital city. They answer the same 15 questions, everything from their favourite haunts to pet hates, to then become a listed Londoner. It's available on BBC Sounds and now includes some of the classics from previous years. So I went to have a chat with Robert on the Barbican estate where he lives, which is also a great vantage point. Wow, that is quite a view.
It certainly is. I mean, it's one of the questions on Listed Londoner, of course, best view in London. And whenever I ask it, I feel ever so slightly smug. I wake up in the morning and I look out and there's St Paul's saying hello to me.
I mean, that's a privilege, right?
It is really a privilege, and that's exactly what I feel to have this view. I mean, you know, I love this city, I'm of it, I'm from it. And to be able to have it kind of arrayed in front of me every day is fantastic. It's the reason that I wanted to be here.
It's hard to believe that we're right in the centre here.
Yeah, we're in the city of London. This city is full of surprises. You wouldn't know this is here. You can never know it all. I think that's one of the things about it.
Even after 31
Even after 31 years of my show, I learn stuff every week.
But no surprises when it comes to what Robert asks his listed Londoner, as those questions, including favourite and most hated building, haven't changed. Do you know how many people have faced the famous 15 questions over the years?
I think it's about 1,500. Because if there's been one a week for 30-odd years, do the sums. So over 1,500, I think. And they've never come up with the same answers.
Really?
I mean, certain places crop up every now and again. The view from Waterloo Bridge is a pretty famous one. People love that. People love Soho still. Hampstead Heath is very popular. But everybody has their own individual choices.
You must have seen a fascinating evolution of the city through the lens of listed Londoner over the years.
Absolutely, and this place features in that.
นายกรัฐมนตรีเยอรมนีเมอร์สกล่าวว่าเขาได้แจ้งต่อทรัมป์ว่าสเปนเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของสหภาพยุโรปและข้อตกลงการค้าใดๆจะต้องรวมถึงสเปนด้วย
If you burrow into it, it burrows into you.
Yeah, I think this city is the case of the more you put into it, the more you get back. The more you explore, the more you walk around, the more interested you are in London, the more interesting it becomes.
Chatting to Robert is like opening a treasure trove of London, Perhaps that's why he's so keen to recognise people who've made a positive contribution to the city we share.
And the name came from the idea that it's a list of questions. So if you do them, you're a listed Londoner. But it also means that you're like a listed building. No one can knock you down without our permission.
Great fun chatting to Robert Elms. You always learn something new with him. And you can find the series on BBC Sounds. Just search for Listed Londoner and you can subscribe as well so you never miss an episode. And with that, let's get the latest on the weather, which has cooled down a touch, but it's still pretty warm out there. Here's Kate.
Good evening. The temperature has dropped today, so we're no longer in heat wave conditions. We reached 25 Celsius in parts of London. Now, we've had more cloud around, but some decent breaks in the cloud, some bright, some sunny spells, some of those quite lengthy through the afternoon. It has been a pretty breezy day, though, that southwesterly wind, and we're going to hang on to that into this evening. Now, one or two showers earlier to the west of London, still could get one or two this evening, but they will clear out of the way and we'll get clear conditions. The minimum temperature somewhere between 13 and 15 wide. It could be a little bit lower in the suburbs, feeling a little cooler than last night. Now, it'll be a briefly bright start to Tuesday morning. You'll have to be up early if you want to catch the sunshine, as the cloud is going to increase quite quickly. Thick cloud bringing with it some spells of rain, some showers. Low pressure driving these showers towards us through tomorrow. Still quite breezy. Those showers further north could be quite heavy. You might get a rumble of thunder. The temperature tomorrow is significantly lower than it has been, between 19 and 22 Celsius. Now, that system continues to move away overnight Tuesday and into Wednesday. Coming up from the south, a little ridge of high pressure. So things will start to settle down once again. So as we head into Wednesday itself, we should see some sunshine. There's areas of cloud around on Wednesday as well, but it should be largely dry. The wind a little lighter and temperatures just getting a little bit warmer again. We're looking at them getting back up into the mid.
นายกรัฐมนตรีเมอร์สแห่งเยอรมนีกล่าวว่าเขาได้แจ้งให้ทรัมป์ทราบว่าการมีส่วนร่วมของเยอรมนีในความขัดแย้งทางทหารใดๆจะต้องได้รับการอนุมัติจากรัฐสภาก่อนเท่านั้น
Thursday. Now, we've got plenty of sunshine, should be largely dry on Thursday, some patchy cloud, temperatures around 27 Celsius. Warmer for Friday, we're looking at 28 Celsius, and it is going to stay largely dry and sunny. Still dry for Saturday, more unsettled for Sunday.
Take the brolly tomorrow. That is all from us for now. You can, of course, see more on Chelsea's Club World Cup win against Paris Saint-Germain last night on our website. They're probably still celebrating. Also there online, however you feel about this hot weather, it's having an impact on some of the UK's pollinators because it's boosted the butterfly count at Kew Gardens. All change tomorrow though, isn't it, with the weather? From me and the team, thanks very much for watching, and whatever you're up to, do have a lovely evening. Bye-bye for now.
Welcome to BBC London. This is what's coming up.
กองกำลังป้องกันอิสราเอลหรือ IDF ระบุว่าตรวจพบขีปนาวุธถูกยิงจากอิหร่านมุ่งหน้าสู่อิสราเอล
the way to achieve my dream and to become what I want.
MPs are now calling on the Home Office to allow Palestinian students with a place to study here permission to arrive. Also on the programme, calls for more to be done to clean up our air after a rise in children being treated for breathing difficulties in hospital. We've got a significant development to share about a special grapefruit tree that's bloomed in Battersea for 40 years.
Make some noise for the Treehouse Band!
And the stars taking centre stage in London pubs tonight to give grassroots gigs a boost.
สถานการณ์ความขัดแย้งในอิหร่านที่ยังไม่มีทีท่าว่าจะคลี่คลาย ส่งผลให้ตลาดหุ้นปรับตัวลดลงและตลาดพันธบัตรเผชิญภาวะขาดทุนต่อเนื่องจากความกังวลเกี่ยวกับผลกระทบต่อตลาดพลังงานและภาวะเงินเฟ้อที่อาจสูงขึ้นโดยราคาน้ำมันดิบเบรนท์ปรับตัวสูงขึ้นแต่ระดับ$85ในช่วงเวลาหนึ่ง
They were lifted for students arriving from Ukraine. MPs from London and across the country are supporting Haya, who spoke to Matt Gravling.
I was writing before the war about the sea, the sky, the light, my friends, but when the war is coming, I have to write about my people, tragedy, and this is not something easy. This is what you have to do in a war. We don't have the luxury of giving up.
The cost of war in Gaza continues to rise. Lives, buildings, dreams, all destroyed. With her phone signal just hanging on, Haya told me about her life as a student.
I was studying in the school, like everyone, and I graduated from the school with 95%. And then I joined to the university as a programmer. Then the war stopped. They destroyed the university, the school.
The bombings also took Haya's chance to finish her computer programming degree. With her laptop lost, she focused on writing, penning poems from Gaza, which she got published.
I'm Gaza, I'm Haya, daughter of a land that cannot be defeated, a voice of sky that never dries. I'm the blood that flows through its streets, the pulse beneath the rubble that never ceases. Every day my eyes witness death, but my heart knows only life.
Haya's writing earned her a scholarship at Goldsmith University. However, to travel, she needs a visa, and this can only be obtained by leaving Gaza.
One of the things that is asked is for a description of the route that they will take. Obviously, this is also tricky because Gaza is under blockade and you need permission from the Israeli military to enter or exit. And so this requires diplomatic coordination. And so the students are asking the British government if they can coordinate on their behalf.
On Thursday, the government said all visas need biometric checks, which are an essential part of security, and students could use facilities in Israel. Since 2023, there has been no centre for biometrics in Gaza. Barry Gardner is one of a number of MPs who have written to the government asking for these checks to be deferred to allow more than 80 students from Gaza to travel to England.
What we're asking the Home Office, asking the government to do, is to set up a safe route where they can come out, defer the biometric data until they've reached that safe third country in Egypt or Jordan perhaps, and then come on to the UK in the normal way.
It's how to tell our stories to others, how connected with the world, how poetry can be a tool to survive.
What would it mean to you, Haya, to come to London and study here?
To achieve one of the dream that Haya always dreamed, and to becoming a poet and to write about my people and turn fame into poetry and poetry to survival.
Matt Gravling, BBC London.
Well, Goldsmiths College has told BBC London that they remain ready to support Palestinian students and they continue to monitor the situation closely. Meanwhile, you can hear more of the interview with Haya speaking about her experience in Gaza on BBC Sounds. It was recorded this afternoon. Just get your phone, scan the QR code that's on your screen. It'll take you to BBC Sounds where you can listen to the longer report. Now, if you need more time to get your phone, then you can watch this bit of the programme back on the iPlayer. Moving on now, as there's lots more to come on the programme, including this.
I'm at a pub on Bankside where, as well as a drink and amazing views of the river, tonight there'll also be a special performance on offer. All will be revealed later in the programme.
A pub in South London, which is also a place for people in the community to meet, faces closure after the pub chain which owns the freehold told the landlord he could buy it or he faces the risk of losing it. Well, Clement Ogbonaya wants to stay, and he's trying to do just that. Thomas McGill has the story.
From serving food
it's a good start
to creating a vibrant and welcoming community, the boss at the Queen of the South is proud of what the venue represents and how it's now a much-loved part of the neighbourhood.
We like to say we represent the other. Women are probably like the forgotten piece of the community. They're the most important piece of this community, in my opinion. So that's why it's called Queen of the South, in homage to my mum, my wife, my two daughters, etc., etc. I think as a communal space, as a hub, as a meeting place, as a place to celebrate, as a place to mourn, as a place to share ideas, Queen of the South needs to exist.
And the locals feel the same.
It's nice to have a pub in Tulse Hill that represents everybody in Tulse Hill.
We just live around the corner, and so this is definitely our local pub. We have had pub quizzes here, we have had birthday parties here, we have had pre-birthday parties here. We've had a lot of fun, we've done some dancing. It's literally, there's something all the time for everyone.
But all that could be under threat. Part of the long lease Clement signed and the entire freehold of the building have been bought by the same company in the last 18 months, and he says it wants him out.
Let's move together. This is an opportunity in our community, and we can own our own boozer. We can own bricks and mortar. And I'm asking you guys, help save Queen of the South.
He's now hoping to raise enough money to purchase the freehold and secure the pub's future. And his online campaign has been attracting supporters from all over London to the pub.
He touched me, and I immediately, the missus was, getting herself ready in the morning. I said, babes, you've got to look at this. And I said to her, look, my queen, it's called Queen of the South, and you're my queen, so what do you think of this, babe? And together we just felt that, it's a cause we want to get behind.
I feel that, as a community, we actually need to support each other and support new and upcoming businesses.
Youngs who own the building and part of the lease say, we remain in exclusive negotiations with Clement regarding the freehold of the pub, and we recognise the significance of the pub as part of the local community. Well, bosses here say the pub has now found its feet and importance within the community at a time when other venues are struggling to thrive and survive. Whatever happens here, Clement is determined to keep the community he's helped to create together, wherever that may end up being. Thomas McGill, BBC London.
A group of parents campaigning to improve London's air quality say toxic air is causing more children to be admitted to hospitals. Mums for Lungs say more than 100,000 children were treated with serious breathing problems last year, and they want the government, councils and the Mayor of London to do something about it. Our environment correspondent is Tom Edwards. To tell us more.
Yeah, this was a Freedom of Information request, as you say there, by the campaign group Mums for Lungs, and they requested all the NHS trusts across London about admissions, and this is what the figures show. It found nearly 114,000 children were treated in hospital last year for serious breathing problems. If we break that down, that's 88,000 A&E, accident emergency admissions, and 26,000 admissions to hospital wards for things like severe asthma. Now, the group Mums for Lungs, what they want is that they want a ban on all diesel vehicles, and they also want a ban on wood burners. And this is what they had to say a little bit earlier about the figures.
My main concern for my children is that their asthma would continue to get worse, and they would be, at the same kind of level that I am, which is really awful. Taking steroids, going to the hospital time, injections, restricting what you can do. I just wouldn't want them to end up that way.
We are noticing more hospital admissions in relation to the effects of air pollution, and it's not just in respiratory diseases, and it's not just in children in terms of the data that's come out today. The rates of heart disease, heart attacks, strokes, and other events, pneumonias, for example, are definitely associated with air pollution.
As you heard there, some very serious health implications of toxic air. Now, City Hall said millions of Londoners are now breathing cleaner air thanks to the Mayor's bold air quality policies, in their words, such as the ultra-low emission zone, which we've covered many times, which has, in their
ban, but I think that's unlikely to happen through the Mayor's policies.
Now, Tom, I know you're not here to do the weather forecast. We've got Helen Willits coming in later to do that. But next week, we're expecting a yellow health alert, which has been issued. And I'm wondering what impact that could have on air quality.
Well, it can sometimes have a very serious impact, and we are expecting temperatures to